Are we okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting, if anyone is joining us on the live stream, we apologize, we're starting a tiny bit late. We were trying to figure out some technical issues. So, hope everyone's gotten something to eat. So I will just jump into the welcoming and introductory remarks. So good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to today's seminar. I hope you all got some snacks, have a cup of tea or a beverage with you to enjoy this wonderful panel that we're about to engage with. Welcome to today's seminar, Liberation and Anti-Racism in Contemporary Activism. I want to thank all of you for being here today with us, as well as those of you who are joining us online to engage the two amazing panels that we have gathered for you today. The first is comprised of activists and organizers from across the country who've been on the front lines of liberation struggles in our contemporary moment. And the second is also of organizers on the front lines, closer to home for us here in New Brunswick, who will reflect on their roles and the impact of the historic Rutgers strike of spring 2023. So my name is Sylvia Chan-Malik, and I am an associate professor in the departments of American Studies and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies. I'm also a member of a wonderful team that has organized today's events alongside others that make up the Sawyer Mellon Seminar programming that this event today is a part of. So first I want to introduce and thank the team. As I'm sure you know, events like organizing require effort and investments of time and energy that extend far beyond what is happening in this room right now. And I'm so grateful to work with this group of people who go above and beyond over and over again. So my co-PIs, Radhika Balakrishnan and Nora Arakat, our postdoctoral fellow, Dr. Brendan Tynes. Brendan was there, I don't know what Brendan is now. They'll be back shortly. Our two wonderful dissertation fellows, Mish Ling and Diana Molina. Our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful administrators who help us all the time and who help me so much. Candy Behrman, Aretha Creighton, and Nimra Saeed. And I also want to thank our videographer, Andrew Liaga, and his friend Zach, who is helping him today. Thank you so much. And I finally want to thank those departments and units who have been so supportive of our work from the start. Ethel Brooks and WGSS, Jeff Decker in American Studies, Maya McDashie from the Center for Middle Eastern Studies, Michelle Stevens in the Institute for the Study of Global Racial Justice, and Dean of Humanities, Rebecca Walkowitz in the School of Arts and Sciences. Finally, I want to thank the Mellon Foundation for providing the funding that makes today's and all of this year's events possible. So just very briefly, before I move into introductions, I wanted to share a bit about our seminar and the impetus behind it. So forgive me if you've been to our other events and you've heard me give this spiel before. But this seminar grew out of the work of the BIPOC Faculty Caucus, a group that was formed here in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd in 2020 to gather together faculty who think about and teach about race and racism in the United States and beyond. Our goal was and is to build a community of folks here at Rutgers and in the community around it that recognize the emptiness of rhetorics of diversion and inclusion and wanted and still want to get on to the business of true racial justice, which is always rooted in visions of social transformation and liberation. To this end, we organized the theme of the year's seminar, The Afterlives of Liberation, Anti-Racist Praxis for the 21st Century, to think through the last 50 years of anti-racist thought, expression, and organizing in the aftermath of the racial revolutions of the Third World liberation and decolonial struggles of the late 1960s, which continue to shape and guide struggles for liberation to this day. To this end, our seminar focuses on the fraught afterlives of the racial liberation struggles of the post-1968 era in three spheres. First, the Academy, and we had a wonderful event on that back in October, through the establishment, proliferation, and evolution of Black and Ethnic Studies departments and programs, as well as those in Native, Indigenous, Latinx, Chicanx, Asian American, and Arab American Studies fields. The arts and culture, and that will be our last seminar of this year in April, through engagements with artists and cultural producers who express commitments to anti-racist liberation, and finally, today's subject matter, activism and organizing, specifically that which addresses the unfinished business of liberation. That activism that situates its work within transnational contexts of empire and envisions liberation beyond arbitrary boundaries and categories of race and nation, and understands that another world is possible beyond neoliberalism and capitalism. So what a salve for the soul to bring together today's panel on liberation, anti-racism, and activism in a moment in which we know deeply that calls for justice and liberation, not diversity, not equality, not inclusion, are prerequisites for our very future. We needed to address the work of activists and organizers in our seminar today. We wanted to address the work of activists and organizers in our seminar, and today's events are the second to do so. So we've had the three themes sort of spread across the year. On December 7th, we hosted a panel featuring scholar activist Mark Lamont Hill, Nick Estes, and our very own Noura Erakat, titled Race Liberation Palestine, in which they addressed the ongoing genocide that is taking place before our very eyes in Gaza, and how long histories of Black and Indigenous liberation inform contemporary responses to these atrocities. But of course, as Black feminists, and we all know this in this room, as Black feminists have taught us, all of our struggles are interconnected. To paraphrase Maya Angelou, none of us are free until all of us are free. Today, our speakers share their visions of liberation, of anti-racism. They will tell us what they do, because unlike so many of us, and no knock to us academics, I am among you, they actually act. Beyond critique, beyond deconstruction, all of that. They are engaged in the work of action, of gathering our collective visions, of creating the community to implement these visions, of following through and doing the sheer hard work of making these visions into reality. Before I move on to introducing our speakers, I'd like to share these words from Grace Lee Boggs, who many of you know was a longtime activist and organizer in Detroit, about what this type of social transformation entails. And Grace says, it takes a whole lot of things. It takes people doing things. It takes people talking about things. It takes dialogue. It takes changing the whole lot of ways by which we think. So thank you for joining us today, all of you, to speak, and to all of you to speak with these organizers and activists about people doing things, talking about things, dialogue, and changing how we think about things so that we can, because we must, continue to be guided by visions of liberation. So let me introduce our esteemed panel. I'm going to summarize some of the bios here. So first here on my right is Ijem Dike. She is a senior fellow at the Western States Center and the former executive director of the U.S. Human Rights Network. She's worked as a human rights advocate and strategist for over 20 years. Her human rights work focuses on addressing poverty and discrimination using a human rights framework. She's led some of the largest civil society delegations and participation in international human rights reviews of the United States. Some of her clients have included the Carter Center, the Ford Foundation, Atlantic Fellows for Racial Equity, and the Narrative Initiative. And previously, she was the director of the Human Rights Project at the Urban Justice Center, where she launched an annual report card on the human rights record of New York City Council members. Good job. And is this correct? She is a doctoral candidate at Clark Atlanta University. Right. Okay. So that's Edmund. Next to her is Ashley Woodard Henderson, and she is an Afro-Lation, a Black Appalachian woman from the working class, born and raised in Southeast Tennessee. She is the first Black woman to serve as co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center in New Market, Tennessee. As a member of multiple leadership teams in the movement for Black Lives, Ashley has thrown down on the Vision for Black Lives and the BREATHE Act. Ashley has served on the Governance Council of the Southern Movement Assembly, the Advisory Committee of the National Bailout Collective, and is an active leader of the front line. She is a longtime activist who has done work in movements fighting for workers, for reproductive justice, for LGBTQIA plus folks, for environmental justice, and more. And then next to, Ashley. And then next to Ashley is Nadia Tanous, who is Nadia is the Deputy Director of Honor the Earth, an indigenous-led organization dedicated to addressing the climate crisis at its root causes of settler colonialism, racial capitalism, imperialism, and white supremacy. She is a passionate community organizer, writer, and researcher, born and raised in the Bay Area. Thank you, sorry, fellow Bay Area here. Unceded Ohlone territory, we talked about it on the way in, with a focus on refugee rights, inter-community empowerment, and returning land to people, and people returning to the land. Nadia is a member of the Arab Amplified team through Temescal Art Center and entering the 3rd season of Arab Am Folktales. She is also a founding member of the Ghassan Kanafani Resistance Art Scholarship, a project of the Palestinian Youth Movement. And finally, last but not least, on our Zoom here, we're very happy, yay for Nadia. And finally, on the screen here, we have Natalie Segovia. She is an international human rights attorney who currently serves as the executive director of the Water Protector Legal Collective, an indigenous-led legal organization that grew out of the No DAPL resistance at Standing Rock and today continues to provide legal support and advocacy for indigenous peoples, the earth and climate justice movements in defense of water protectors and human rights defenders facing repression for their resistance and activism. As a litigator and advocate, Natalie's work focuses on the protection of the earth and the rights of indigenous peoples affected by forced displacement, desecration of sacred lands, and human rights violations as a result of extractive industry and mass development projects. Natalie also frequently lectures and teaches at law schools across the United States, and in 2022 she was the Fall Gevelber Distinguished Public Interest Lecturer at Northeastern University School of Law, where she taught an amazing class, sounds amazing, called In Defense of the Sacred, Human Rights, Earth Justice, and the Law. Natalie holds a degree from Arizona State University and dual degrees in Political Science and Latin American Studies from Columbia University. And last but not least, I wanted to introduce my wonderful colleague who will be moderating the conversation today, Dr. Radhika Balakrishnan. And Radhika is a professor, my colleague, in Women's and Genders and Sexuality Studies here at Rutgers University and holds a PhD in economics from Rutgers. Formerly, she held the role of faculty director at the Center for Women's Global Leadership at Rutgers. She currently sits on the board of the Global Initiative of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and is a member of the Global Future Council on the Future of the Care Economy. She's the author of many books. I'm just going to say many articles, many books, many very smart things, and you can read it on our website. And her research and advocacy, her amazing research and advocacy work has sought to change the lens through which macroeconomic policies is interpreted and critiqued by applying international human rights norms to assess macroeconomic policy. So thank you to all of you for joining us today. I'm going to turn it over to our panel. I think we're going to go for about an hour 15, and then we'll open it up for some conversation and questions with all of you. Thank you.
I think you have to turn that off if this is on.
Okay. You can turn it off.
Thank you everyone for being here, and hello for those of you who are online. Is this echoing too much?
It's fine.
For you? No, it's okay.
No, you're good.
Anyway, it's lovely being here, and during the lunchtime, it was kind of incredible how many connections we all have and how many people we all know in common, and some people we've known for a very long time. So I'm going to get us started, and Natalie, since you're up there in Zoom, I'll start with you, so that will bring you into the room right away. So in your work, and I'll ask this question to all of you and then you can answer. In your work, each of you think about liberation. Is that possible? And if so, what would it look like? Is liberation a useful category to use in our present day context? So I'll start with you, Natalie.
So matkunchai aiganchu anchatana chai tika skaikimanta. Nyoka sutimina tali Segovia, nyoka Costco Peru mantakani, ulpiyai sonkoyai. I'm so grateful to be here with you all, and thank you for your grace and patience for allowing me to be here via Zoom, but I feel like I'm a presence in the room and only regret not being there in person. This question, I was hoping to go last because it's a tough question, and I hope that this dialogue will enrich our shared understanding of what liberation means and what it looks like. As Sylvia said at the outset, it's a very difficult, unsettling time that we are living through and witnessing as a world community. And having been raised within my family's from Peru, so we are Quechua, and I was fortunate enough to be raised around musicians and around also individuals that form part of the Latin American resistance movements. As an Indigenous attorney working in the global north, my work here is very much informed by that upbringing, which was formed by music, protest music, música de protesta as we call it, by individuals that had not just a poetic view of the world, but also a true belief that liberation was not only possible, but it was necessary and is necessary. And this is the guiding vision that we continue to have as Indigenous peoples in the United States. One of the questions of decolonization and one of the challenges of decolonization is whether you can truly decolonize something that was colonial from the outset, that was colonial from the very beginning and from its inception, from the moment of harm that existed in that initial settler colonial moment. And what we come to over and over again is that there is a need for each other, that we can protect each other, but that we come together as a community to remind ourselves and to remind each other, those that are not part of our internal communities, that of our shared humanity, of the shared humanity that is implicit in the need for liberation, because that liberation is bound together. So when we talk about liberation, I think the question in part was, does it continue to be a useful terminology when that was used so often and so much by our comrades, the Black Panthers, but has been used in liberation struggles around the world? The key question for me is that there is the ongoing self-determination, the need for self-determination. And that idea of self-determination comes from this idea of freedom. In the Spanish version of self-determination, we call it libre determinación de los pueblos, the free determination of peoples. Freedom being the operative word in that context. That we have the ability to not just self-govern, not just make decisions on our own, but to act and to continue to have the praxis of freedom and liberation, to make the decisions that are necessary for our community's well-being, but not just for our own community, but for our shared humanity. And there's no sort of illusion, right, that liberation is going to come through one vehicle alone. Like the law, for instance, which is the work that I'm currently engaged in as an attorney, right, in Indian country and within the United States, thinking about how to change the fabric of the law and thinking about how to change what we are given and we are presented with and not accepted wholesale or wholesale cloth, but really thinking about our own role within the structures that exist and how we are able to change and step outside of what is colonial, what has been honored as precedent and honoring some age-old stare decisis standard, but really allowing us to open our minds and reimagine and imagine all that can be. So I think liberation and the constant call of liberation is that we continue to reimagine and that we continue to not just deconstruct and seek to decolonize, but look to re-indigenize, reimagine, reshape, and alter the fundamental fabric of the law and of the structures that have been traditionally oppressive of ourselves and our communities, not for just our own benefit, but our mutual shared humanity.
Thank you so much. You really got us going in a profound way. Adrian, I'm going to go next to you.
Oh, all right. Do I need to use this?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes. So first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you to Sylvia, to Candy, to everyone, and of course to my dear friend and mentor, Radhika. And I feel so honored to be in the company of these amazing women, people, some of whom I've admired for a long time. And then some people I'm learning about your work and just in awe about the work you do. So I'm honored to be here. And Natalie, I wish you were here in person as well.
Me too.
So let me see, before I answer, I feel like I have to say something. Sylvia mentioned you being teachers or scholars and not acting. And I was reminded of something I just saw. I was just at a talk for a documentary film that a professor at the University of Virginia put together recently, and it's talking about teachers as activists during the civil rights movement. And in fact, teaching and using your pedagogy is very active. And when we talk about framework and mind shifting, that's where it happens. So I wanted to mention that because I think that we all have roles in the movement. So, like Natalie, I struggled with this question because I was like, what is liberation? You know, for different people it looks different, and we've seen the right use the term liberation, freedom. So it means different things to different people. And one of the things that I've learned, especially as a scholar, is that we really have to start defining our concepts and making sure that we're all on the same page when we talk about what liberation is. And I love what you talked about re-indigenizing and reimagining, Natalie, because that aligns with what I think about when I think about liberation, right? To set free. In Igbo, so I'm Nigerian, and the language, my second language is Igbo. And the way we say liberation is imalowe, like to be able to hold and be like in charge of to own yourself, right? And it really is self-determination. In Yoruba, the word is ominara. I'm butchering it, I don't speak Yoruba. But it's very interesting language, right? Liberation means to see the water. And water has very special meaning in Yoruba culture. Like water is life. And there's something about life, being in community with nature, which I feel is a very indigenous conceptualization of liberation. So all of that, for me, when I think about liberation, I've done human rights work. I'm a human rights activist, advocate, strategist, whatever you want to call it. I've done that. That's what I've done for most of my adult life. I try to educate people and organize around human rights principles. I think of liberation as setting us undoing oppressive systems, like systems that have oppressed people in society and denied them the ability to thrive, to enjoy their human rights in community with each other and with Mother Nature. And I think that that's the important part of liberation for me. is the undoing of these oppressive systems that keep us down, and you name them. And in particular, from a human rights perspective, looking at people who are living at the margins, because that's who we always center in our human rights work. And with that definition, I think about where we are today. And we are living in some very difficult times, but this is not a new time for us. Where what we witness now, or witnessing now, is a backlash. And in the United States, there's always been a backlash to any progress, real or perceived. So from Reconstruction, which was an amazing shining moment in this country, what happened? It was hit by a white backlash, people who were insistent on a patriarchal, capitalist, white supremacist domination by any means necessary. That's why they're so afraid of that term, by any means necessary. They use legal means, they use the courts. We continue to, and you see that backlash today with the Dobbs decision. You see it with the rollback of affirmative action. I saw it with Shelby with the Voting Rights Act and eviscerating it, or trying, really eviscerating it. See, with all the voter suppression laws that are getting passed. It was physical violence. We see it with the war, our support of war, of imperialist agendas and occupation around the world. You see with our militarized police at home and tactics. And then also, I was just reading hate crimes. Hate crimes have doubled in the last 5 years. And then finally, let me end on this. I'll say you see it in epistemic violence, right? They're banning books. You're not allowed to teach history. You're not even allowed to talk about what you see. If you see a genocide, you're not supposed to name it, and there are consequences. And you all know this, especially in academia, the consequences, and you'll hear from Nadia and Ashley about the consequences of speaking truth to power, right? So they're trying to suppress what you know, even as you see it happening. So absolutely, liberation is something that is a correct framework. But let me end on this, actually, I lied. I just saw this quote, and it's Coretta Scott King. Maybe you all are familiar with it. But it was something along the lines that struggle never ends, and freedom is never won. That you have to earn and fight for freedom with every generation. And so you don't just win it and then relax. So what we're going through is actually part of the normal course of history.
Thank you, Agent. Since you kind of foreshadowed the conversation, I'm going to go next to Nadia, and then we'll end with you, Asha.
Can y'all hear me okay? Okay.
Is that a minute?
Get it together here.
Yeah, turn it on.
We got this. Yeah, it's not our first rodeo. All right. So, likewise, I mean, thank you so much for really the generous introduction, and it's a pleasure to be part of this conversation. I think I just wrote down what you said, Asian, that they try to suppress what you know as you see it happening before you. I think I might use that as a jumping off point to say at this moment, you know, it's really the first time in my life that I've seen so many Palestinian people being able to speak for ourselves and actually seen as a reference point. I joined the Palestinian youth movement a decade ago, and we struggled to be taken seriously as Palestinians, as protagonists in our own struggle, and then also as youth. how do these kids know what the hell they're talking about? And I think really solidly the answer to that, which we'll come back to Liberation 68, inshallah, is that one, we were raised by the elders who are the survivors of our first genocide. And the other is that youth have always been at the front of our liberation struggle, and that's not just unique to Palestinian liberation struggle, that's across the board. So when I see 68, I think about youth organizing, right? Saying, we see what's in front of us. We want to be taught our history from our sources, from our people. We don't want to be taught this repression, suppression, oppression to feed the cop inside of us, to feed the colonizer inside of us. I think I think when I think of liberation and I think of some of the gains from 68, so I was born and raised in the Bay Area, and I have been educated in public school in the Bay my whole life. I'm the first generation of Palestinians. I'm first generation both sides of my family to be here on Turtle Island. A piece of history I'd like to share, because this was passed down to me through oral tradition, is that actually before ethnic studies was at SF State, it was actually in the Berkeley and Oakland public school systems, because that's where the Panthers sought to implement it. And so, alhamdulillah, I was really lucky that to my 3rd and 4th grade education, what I was receiving was the vestiges of Panther education. And I knew that that impacted me deeply. I didn't understand the lineage of it until I was older and able to reflect on it, to be taught that. And I think I say vestiges because we know how intensely Berkeley School Board tried to rip that out of Berkeley schools. We know how intensely the backlash was in Oakland public school sector to the idea that talking about race, the idea that talking about colonization, the idea that talking about capitalism actually was imbuing that into our lives rather than actually naming the things that we suffer through. And that we will be the protagonists over. So that's to say, in terms of liberation, I think it's a critical concept, because we have to not just dream about what freedom looks like, but the pathway to get there. That's what liberation means for me as an organizer. How are we going to get into the nitty-gritty of this is what I want, and this is how we collectively are going to get there. This is how we will not make one group of people or people a sacrifice for the freedom of us, because we know that when we get there, it's not truly free, because we're going to be plagued by whatever we dash them, to experience. I think in environmental justice movement and working in different indigenous communities and nations, I mean, the idea of the sacrifice zone, the unseen, the unsaid, it's hard to be able to advocate about justice in contravention to the level of violence as experienced through environmental degradation and pollution, through denationalizing or removing people from land, because the common awareness here today from most people, it doesn't exist, right? I think in Palestine, to bring it to our current moment, think about before October. What was the general conceptualization of even people who cared about Palestine? No one, I think, understood, even all of us here in this room, even as a Palestinian, I'll say, we didn't have the experience that we've had now, 4 months into genocide, to say, that's what they mean by occupation and siege, right? We have examples, you name it. And I was sharing earlier that for us as Palestinian, for me as a Palestinian person, I've experienced Zionism my whole life. From little, no country on a map, being told by a teacher that doesn't exist. You must be Jordanian, you must be Israeli, whatever that is, right? Little things, right? The erasure piece, all the way through, you know, the various physical aggressions that we experience when we try to go home. The process of militarization, the process of losing access to jobs and academic opportunities, mobility. And I think also dignity, being withheld that, being told this is actually not what's happening, right? Even though it's happening in front of you. And I think liberation, I also appreciated the way that both of you really spoke to like the different sectors, kind of to break this down, because I think that's really critical in understanding what it means to build a movement, what it means to build towards justice. Where are the pieces or the pillars that we have to fortify in order to be able to hold this up? And now we have a different political threshold, and I hope, if anything, that this moment for us as Palestinians is also a mirror back, not just to our global community, our other human beings. What is humanity? What is this moment where an aberration against a people has been committed and we will never be the same? But what does it look like to see the contradictions that are highlighted in this genocide, funded and backed with diplomatic and media cover from these corporations, from the United States, right? Where is the United States' moral authority? Where is that mirror, right? We know it, but what does that mean as an investigation into liberation here? And so I know that 68 strikes in that moment, they tried to answer that too, right? How do we answer that? How do we become internationalists? Not just through our politics, but also our organizing. And also, I think the last thing I'll say is just practicality. One of the things I've learned that it's a funny lesson, because it's not a romantic answer, but I was, during some of my work at Indian Collective, we went to Alabama, and we went to Georgia, and I, as a West Coast girl, had never been to anything south of North Carolina, ever. And so I knew my ignorance from jump, right? And I also wanted desperately to understand how we could bring land back and reparations into a really concerted partnership that was just, that was based on relationship, that was multifaceted, that was real, material, like that's what we were going for. And I think interviewing a couple of different elders who really threw down against the US empire and who gave a lot, who sacrificed a lot for their vision, whether or not we think it worked in full or totality, right? Said, Nadia, sometimes it's necessity. That's what brings us together. You are sitting back, you're trying to work through these pieces, but when you get attacked, or for, let's say this metaphor, when you go to war, right, you find out who your friends are and you build. That's how you win. You don't hunker down and go into something that's safe, right? You open up and you look for allyship. And that's how those documents, that's how those treaties, that's how those relationships between the Black Power movement and the Red Power movement were built. It was through necessity. And we said, you know what, that piece, we're gonna work it out later. And so it's not a romantic answer, but I think it's an interesting one that maybe I'll come back to, maybe we'll come back to. What does that mean then for us to build out of necessity, and what does this moment necessitate?
I'll give it to you next.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Hi. Oh, listen, I flew from San Diego to Salt Lake City to here. I got here at 7 o'clock in the morning. The least you can do is say hello to me. I love you. Yeah, I came a long way. And I'm blessed to be here and to be amongst comrades who I respect and really adore. So thank you to Noah for the invitation. I would do anything for you, and to the comrades who put all of this together. The thing about going last is that you now want to respond to every brilliant thing that your sister said, you know? And I promise I'm not going to do that so we can actually like hear the rest of their brilliance because they're so smart. You know, I'm a girl that was born in a southern city and raised in a rural county, and some of these scholarly questions you all ask, I sometimes laugh at in relationships to the practicality of what's happening for everyday people. Not because scholarship isn't important, it absolutely is, and frankly, the academy and scholarship and knowledge is not, in my opinion, dictated or even originated from whiteness. So I think it's more mine than anybody else's, quite frankly. So you know, for folks that are struggling with how to navigate this conversation from a scholarly perspective, I would say most of our people have been doing that for forever, right? That's why this question isn't just an exercise in intellectual stimulation. And because the answer is not neutral, there is no neutrality, right? One of the founders of the organization that I get my W-2 from used to say that you can't be neutral on a moving train, right? That's what Miles used to say. And the train is always moving, right? So your attempt at neutrality around this question actually is either complicit in some bad shit or complicit in some good shit, or probably both. I'm also a Gemini. I apologize in advance. Oh, comrade, I see. I'm a Gemini and a Marxist. So not only do I live in duality, I see dialectics everywhere. So if you expect me to tell you yes or no to this question, I'm sorry in advance. So what do I think about liberation as a framework? What I think is time, place, and conditions matter. If you are studying and it's being scholarly for the sake of changing the material conditions of a people, a place, then I would ask you, are the people that you're accountable to talking about liberation? And if so, go hard. And if they're calling it democracy, or they're calling it freedom, or they're calling it, you know, I just want to live my best life without guilt, shame, or apology, whatever you call it, fine. I'm not arguing with you over the word. I don't care. I really don't. But what I would offer is that the sort of idea and belief that you go from the world that is, where liberation at best is only happening for a handful of people with the money to make it possible, or the resiliency and revolutionary spirit of marginalized and targeted communities who are like, despite all the systemic ways that people are trying to destroy my life, we are gonna love each other, and we're gonna find joy, and we're gonna do things that are for and by us to sustain our livelihoods. There's a whole lot of in between there. And so I would offer that if you think you get to liberation just because it's your value, that's not how it works, right? Like, I'm not gonna be free just because I value it. I'm not gonna get a world without patriarchal violence because I'm a feminist. I don't get a world without white supremacy because I believe that racism is bad. Do you see? Y'all don't hear me. I don't get like a world where people can love whoever they want to love regardless of their gender just because I think queerness is dope. Ask me how I know. Right? Just because I value or have a belief and ideology in a thing does not then make the world that I want exist, period. So I would argue revolution first. Revolution first. Revolution and then liberation. Truth, justice, and then reconciliation. Right? Revolution and then abolition for everybody, not just some people in the suburbs with a lot of money where there's no cops, right? So I think the question isn't like, is liberation a framework? I think the question is, what makes liberation possible, right? And for folks that are like, oh, she said democracy, any like people like, I ain't fighting for democracy. Is it you? I'm not judging. I'm really not. This is no smoke. I get it. In a time where like Biden is a genocide apologist, I get it. Where we're choosing between Nikki Haley, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, it's bad, bro. It's bad news bears. It's bad news bears all across the fucking board, right? But democracy is not just about government, it's about us. And I think that's also what makes this answer complicated, because anybody read The Art of War? You nerd. Who does that? Even my elder was like, do not read The Art of War cover to cover. And she is a scholar of The Art of War. So I appreciate you and your nerdiness. I think it's wonderful. There's this concept in The Art of, well, one, spoiler alert, The Art of War is actually about like how not to fight, if you haven't read it. So as much as it's supposed to be about war, it's really about peace and how to avoid war. And one of the concepts in it is all under heaven intact. And when Norma Wong, one of my mentors, was teaching me about this, I was like, I don't understand why I'm doing this. I got so much other stuff to do. 2020 was going down, largest uprising in U.S. history. We got this ridiculous presidential election, which is just about as bad as this one is. I was struggling about best and highest use in that time. And then she said, all under heaven intact, and my whole brain shut down. Because I was like, okay, like if liberation is the framework and democracy is a thing that we need, then that means, like in the South, if I win, it's not like the white supremacist Republicans just disappear. Right? It's not like I just vote them off the island and then I get my utopian, like, indigenous, like to Turtle Island and black folks that figured their shit out, we divvied up the land or we're sharing it together and all the racist white people just disappear. Right, that's not, even if that could be possible, I don't even know if that was my utopian vision, you know what I'm saying? No shade. So what does it mean to develop a liberatory framework, to be fighting for democracy and recognizing that the best of your win, the reconstructed reality, post-truth and justice, will still require you to protect and defend it? And that the people who were adamant about you not getting it, who probably had more resources to stop you from getting it, are still gonna be there. Do I still believe in democracy then? Do I still believe in liberation for all when I'm looking at the white supremacists who burned my office down in 2019? Jeez, right? So I gotta think about that. When I say that I want democratic governance, regardless of what the structure of the government is, I don't give a shit about the state, right? I have to have real conversations with myself every day about what democratic liberatory governance looks like. This is a question about power. It's not just a question about liberation. It's like, what's the definition of it? You hear me? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So then I go down a rabbit hole. Because I'm like, all right, what is possible? We were talking about this earlier too, is like liberation as a framework in the confines of what is reality for so many of us right now, not possible. In fact, some of you might say it's utopian, it's ideal, right? It's idealistic. That the only way we get to liberation is if some of these other, in fact, I bet if I asked you what your utopian vision is, you'd be like, there's no hunger, there's no war, there's no cops in prisons and detention centers, there's no capitalism or patriarchy or homophobia or transphobia or ableism or blah, 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 blah. And I asked you what your utopian vision was. I didn't ask you what the world would be absent of. I asked you what you wanted, right? So what is possible now versus what is prefigurative is also why I believe revolution now, right? Because there's some aspects of liberation that I'm just not gonna have to fight for if some of these systems and structures didn't exist in the first place. And frankly, there's some power I would have if it didn't, right? So the answer to the question is, man, nuance, complexity. The answer to this question is towards the point about indigeneity is like we're all human. We all require a relationship with nature to be healthy and whole. We all require, all the studies that have been done about how terrible fighting is for your body and your mental health and your spiritual wellness, your emotional health. It's like fighting all the fucking time, regardless of which side you're on, is not good for us. None of us can sustain it forever. Whether it's my do-gooder lefty-ass friends or the right-wingers that hate us. And that sucks to say out loud. Does it make me feel good that I care about these people who are trying to destroy my life? But if I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna say that liberation is the way you should be going, I've gotta be honest about that. Right? I've gotta be honest that until we move from the now to the prefigurative, my identity will just be a fad to very many of you in this room. You don't believe me, let me prove you, and then I'll shut up. If you remember 2020, people remember 2020? It was hot to be black. It was a time, honey. We were winning shit. We got the presidential candidates to talk about reparations on the debate stage. And no shade, like in Cobra, NARC, all the folks that have been fighting for reparations have been working up to this moment, so we didn't do it from scratch. But they certainly weren't talking about it before the movement for Black Lives, that's for sure.
Come on, talk about it.
Just saying, bring it up. Right? People weren't talking about black queer feminism. All of a sudden, everybody's a black queer feminist. At least until this year. You know what I'm saying? It's like everything was cool until it wasn't, right? And now, exactly what my comrade said, we're seeing a retrenchment. We're seeing the blowback from a decade's worth of victories that are building on top of centuries worth of victories from Black Southern folks. And what does that mean for now? It means that the very struggles that some of y'all are having around like what it means to believe that a liberatory framework could be possible, could work, could change your life, could change the life of the people you love and care about, when the economy is structured to make that impossible, when the government is created and sustained in ways that make that impossible, and those two things are kissing cousins. And then the very academic exercises that we participate in are only to perpetuate better workers to participate in that same stay structure is a cycle that has to break, right? To get to that prefigurative liberatory world, I believe we can do it. I just think some stuff might have to die to get there. We might have to eulogize some things. And what that means in this moment is I think neoliberalism has failed. It's done. You don't believe me, I'm gonna give you this example and then I swear to God I'm gonna shut up.
We got 8 more questions.
Neoliberalism is dead. Biden passed the infrastructure bill because it was the only card he could play. Right? It was a Keynesian economic intervention. So what does that mean for 2024, for the process of liberation? Well, what it means is we're either gonna collectively accelerate forward to what could be prefigurative around liberation. What an opportunity. Or we could collectively accelerate backward to what happens when neoliberalism doesn't exist and the MAGA right-wing United Front for the Neo-Confederacy says we're taking everything we can get. Right? So I think why this question really matters is because we got some decisions to make right the fuck now about whether or not we're gonna move towards that prefigurative relationship of what we actually collectively are aligned about what liberation could look like in practice, or we're gonna miss it and it's gonna take centuries to get back to where we are.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have, I don't know, 9 questions, which you're not gonna get through. So I sent you some, I'm gonna jump.
You warned us.
I warned you, we're gonna wing it. So I'm gonna jump off where you were. We're living in the most insane levels of inequality since the Gilded Age, right? 5 guys own as much wealth as most of the population. So it's not just the end of neoliberalism, there's a tiny crack, but the levels of inequality are crazy, right? I mean, we've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. And so, and all of you bring to the work that you do an intersectional form of analysis, which has come through in each of your answers. And human rights, indigenous sovereignty, environmental, climate, and also our relationship to the earth, which I think and each one of you kind of brought up. And these intersections all come together, right? And so what I want you to talk about in this next set of answers is how do you, in your work that you're doing now, bring all of this together, this kind of analytic framework, the kind of world we live in, and that we don't forget that indigenous, race, gender, I mean, all the things that everyone's brought about, Palestine in the center of this right now. How do you personally bring this together in your work? Just so that, and I'm asking this just so that everyone gets a sense of the work that you do on the ground, right? And how you do that. And let me see. Let me start this time with Ajim, and then I'll go to Natalie, and then I'll go to, then I'll go Ashley, and then to Nadia. Okay.
All right. Okay, so, well, let me start with some of the work that I have done for most of my life, which is, I guess, falls largely under human rights movement building. And that is some of the most difficult kind of organizing, coalition building that you could ever do. If you're trying to build a people-centered human rights movement. Oh,
Someone's calling. Stop calling. Sorry. Decline. Go away.
are you with us, Natalie?
Sorry, no.
Yeah, okay. Because you're trying to bring together people who are not used to working with each other, who've been working in silos, who haven't actually spent the time to get to know each other and to understand each other's struggles. And I think what we had to do there, and what I still think is important, is baseline popular, well, trust building, but just baseline education about each other. Spending time and listening to each other. I think that if we, as I look back, if we had spent 80% of our time just listening and getting to know each other and understanding our communities and what's important to us, we would have been way more effective as strategists than we've been, period. So, I should say, I feel like I'm confessing, that over the last 5 years, I've actually made a decision not to be, I'm not as involved in movement organizing. I actually took a step back. I needed it for many reasons. But one of the reasons that I needed to step back is that I actually had to step back from, what would you call it, nonprofit work. Because what happens is that our organizations, our institutions are actually set up, modeled within capitalism. Like we've adopted capitalism and it shows up in many of our organizations. So what does that mean? We even imbibe, and I think a lot of times we think we have to be working all the time and that's the only way that we can make a difference. But really what we're doing is emulating what we see in a capitalist structure where you just extract surplus value as much as you can until you can't extract anymore. And as a mom, I realized I could not keep that up and still be a mom to my daughter in a world where we have less and less community. If I were growing up, if I were with my child maybe somewhere in Nigeria, when I grew up, not Nigeria today, I would have a community of people who were taking care of my child with me. My child would have many aunties who lived in the community, not around the world, right? So I think what I have been doing since over the last 5 years is actually trying to work with human rights, social justice organizations on how they build organizational cultures that actually help them from within do the work better. From within, center human rights. You'd be surprised how many of us do this work and haven't taken the time to think about how we take care of our own. So that's a lot of the work that I do these days. The other thing that I feel like I'm in a position of privilege in the sense that I get to choose what kind of work that I do nowadays. And a lot of work that I do nowadays also is a culture building piece. We don't have a human rights culture in this country. We don't understand what human rights are. So that way we can't, who was talking about imagination? We can't even imagine. We don't know what healthcare looks like. We can't imagine what it could look like because it's always been designed in a capitalist model, right? It's always been designed as a profit-making entity. So we don't know what it looked like otherwise. And we can't imagine because we don't know, because we're not doing the kind of transnational movement building and learning that we should be doing. So we don't know. So what the work I'm doing these days is also working with, and I do it in a different way. I do it through teaching, but really I'm now working with human rights organizations in the country to see how we can start building up in communities human rights movements. And one of the groups doing this really well, I'm not actually, is the Human Rights Cities Alliance, where they're trying to now at the city level start conversations about what human rights are and what human rights governance could look like at the city level.
Just say Natalie.
Natalie? Natalie?
Here. So there's so much there that I want to respond to as well, but it was reminding me what you're talking about, Ashley, of the importance of community. And I know I'm supposed to talk about the work that we're doing and how liberation kind of fits into this, but it is related, right? When I think about the question I get most often from law students and the pushback I get most often from students that are, actively seeking to engage and be part of the legal profession with the full understanding that they want to break it down and deconstruct the law and break the paradigms that are oppressive of our peoples, right, of our Black, brown, of our indigenous communities, is how do we use the law and can we use the law for social change? And it goes back to Audre Lorde, like the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. And I get it quoted to me over and over again. And last year I went through a period of reading a lot of Audre, and I went back to that, part where she talks about the master's tools not dismantling the master's house, and in the context of a beautiful feminist discourse and Black feminist dissertation and dialogue. She talked about the importance of community, and she said, without community there is no liberation. Yeah. And I'll quote here, only the most vulnerable and temporary armistice between an individual and her oppression. But community must not mean a shedding of our differences, nor the pathetic pretense that these differences do not exist. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us temporarily to beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change. Importantly though, and later in that same line of thought, she quotes Simone de Beauvoir saying, "It is in the knowledge of the genuine condition of our lives that we must draw our strength to live and our reasons for acting." She says, "I urge each of one of us here to reach down into that deep place of knowledge inside herself and touch that terror and loathing of any difference that lives there. See whose face it wears. Then the personal as the political can begin to illuminate all of our choices." And I bring this to the forefront of our discussion here because I do believe strongly that in the work that is radical work of community organizing, activism, movement on a daily basis, and on our end as lawyers that are serving the front lines and working in collaboration and working in partnership with those that we are working with in community and in relationship, this question comes down to if you can be in kinship with one another and seeing and using the personal as political. And it goes back to what you're talking about, Ashley, which is listening to each other, right? Building and spending time and understanding what are the challenges that our communities and our peoples are facing. You know, Nadia earlier was talking about the importance of building out of necessity and how building out of necessity is what spurs our movements on a daily basis. So the work that we do comes out organically out of the needs that arise and the needs that are happening on the ground on a daily basis. The reality is that, and Nadia, you mentioned growing up in the Bay Area. I grew up on the other coast. I grew up in New York City, in the middle of the city, kind of a city kid, trying to navigate the different worlds that I was a part of, right? The worlds that I was exposed to as a child, going every summer to Peru and being in the mountains, not having hot water, not having running water, and washing my clothing by hand, and then going back to not having Dorito chips, like not having basic, foundational need as a child. But then going back to the States and just, having it all in some ways, right? Understanding, having it all, when I mean having it all, I mean running water, right? But that idea of inequality not being a thing of the past, just because in certain states and certain places, they might not be as visible as other states and other places around Turtle Island or around the United States, does not mean these things are not happening today. So when we're talking about indigenous peoples facing forced displacement and land dispossession and state repression and human rights violations and discrimination and the pandemic of the missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, two-spirit relatives, desecration of sacred sites, ancestral lands, the lack of access to clean water, cultural genocide, and the overrepresentation of Black, brown, and indigenous relatives in the carceral system, these are not things of the past. These are things of right now, in this moment. We can walk down and see places and relatives that are going through it, right? And how this builds and how we build out of necessity is part of that praxis of liberation. One of my mentors who passed on earlier this year, but lives on forever, was Tupac Enrique Acosta, and he was a Mexica elder, and was really one of at the forefront of the Chicano and indigenous rights movement, and Denver, California, Arizona, kind of the whole area of the Southwest and Pacific area. And the first time I met him, I was in awe because I knew who he was, and he was an elder that I respected. And I said, I'm a law student and I would love to talk to you. He said, you're a law student, we gotta talk. The first question he asked me was, what is the juris genesis of the law? Which is like a great question to ask, but a heady question, right? An academic question, but also a real question. What is the juris genesis of the law? And it's the kind of question that knocks you off your feet and makes you think about. And it was a question he asked me every single time we would talk. Every single time we would talk 15 years, later to the almost the day that he passed away. The last time I spoke to him was a couple days after my last birthday, and question came up, what is the juris genesis of the law? And what he got to, and the question, was always coupled with this knowledge that what he was getting at was, we're put into these boxes that we are meant to ascribe to, meant to recognize, meant to validate through our own lived experience, through our tax dollars, through all of the things that force us to participate in a system that is. And asking the question, the foundational question of what is the root, the genesis, right, the juris genesis of the law, thinking about what are the possibilities and recognizing that in order to consider what the possibilities are, we have to stop thinking about the limitations of the box, was a constant practical reminder for myself as an attorney, as someone that it was supporting and working to support frontline resistance struggles across North and South that are part of the everyday struggles for existence of indigenous peoples, that it is not a thing of the past, that inequality is not a thing of the past, and that in order to build that relationship with one another, with the earth, to practice kinship, to practice self-determination, we have to think about what is that fabric and how can we change it, right? What are the things, what are the anchor points that can be unraveled? And one of his favorite knock-knock jokes was, why did the chicken cross the road? And he would say, she was practicing her self-determination. It's a great reminder, right, of like both the like, you're talking about dialectics over there, but you know, the duality of like this like really heady academic question of what is the jurisgenesis of the law, and then something that is so simple, but in its simplicity teaches us so much, right? The ability to practice the right, the ability, the volition of freedom, and that practice that goes and requires movement in the practice of self-determination. So I think we're supposed to say what we're working on, but this is what we're working on. Making out of seeking to do the law in a relational way, seeking to not decolonize the law, deconstruct it, but indigenize the law, looking to protect the sacred and, you know, look at our civil rights litigation, our criminal defense work as part of protecting the sacred, but also understanding that change is not going to come via the law in and of itself, right? That we have to use and work in partnership with and the land back struggles, the water back struggles, the changes of policy, the fundamental structural changes happen with a fundamental cultural shift. And that begins with each one of us thinking about how do we also change our praxis and look to the kinship, look to the community, look to that idea of listening to each other and understanding the experiences that are invisible and elevating those. So there's so much I could say, because there's so much going on, and there are still places and people that are struggling. We've got our elder Leonard Peltier, who's still incarcerated after over 48 years of being in prison for crime he did not commit. We have sacred sites that are ongoing under desecration, all the way from Hawaii and Mauna Kea to uranium mining and hauling across Pinyon Plain in Arizona and New Mexico. The rise of eco-terrorism charges and the rise of critical infrastructure laws that criminalize water protectors and land defenders. But at the core, right, if we're talking about how do we change and how do we use the law for social change if we can, it is part of making it our constant task, as in the case of what we're witnessing worldwide today, to keep our eyes open and keep our ears open and listen and learn.
Thank you so much, Ashley and Nadia. And I just wanted to say that there's one more round of questions that we're going to go through, and then we want to have some time for Q&A.
All right, y'all hold on, because I'm going to be fast. As fast as Southerners can be. You heard my bio. I've done a little bit of everything. I'm going to talk a little bit about why. I think part of the answer to your question is I hear my missionary Baptist preaching daddy in my head. And he would say, ain't nothing to it but to do it. If I want to win, I have to work intersectionally. I mean, check. And then on my mom's side, my mom is a member of the original Black Panther Party. I know folks think that it started in Cali, but actually it started in Loudoun County, Alabama. My people, they gave permission to Huey and them to steal the logo, essentially. But the first thing called the Black Panther Party was in Alabama. And those folks who raised me, used to use the terminology of by any means necessary. And what they taught me was that when they said by any means necessary, they meant by all the means. By all the means. By any and all means. Y'all, it's like not even rocket science. Okay? How many people identify as organizers? Just wave at me. Okay. And sorry folks in the chat, I can't see you, but I'm sure you're there. How many people have been organizing for like 10 years? Okay. 15? I'm just gauging. Okay, yeah, I see you. All right. So I asked because there was a time, and I'm not saying that time is now, so don't get all mad at me. But there was a time where, like, if you were a person that got arrested for the movement, you were a revolutionary. Everything else was whack, right? And if you were an organizer, you were like, those are just the dirty anarchists. We're base building. We talk to regular people every day. We're the revolutionaries, right? The organizers and the activists would have agreed that they were both more revolutionary than anybody doing legal advocacy policy work. We probably didn't even know any good attorneys, really, right? And if you were doing political education, you were like probably only doing it in the context of teaching people how to base build and organize or do direct action, right? So it's very sectoral in that way, not just issue area. Do you see what I'm saying? Now that is the antithesis of by any means necessary means by all the means. So how am I doing it now? It's like, well, you know, I did black people work because I was born black in the South. I became a black feminist because I was a chick and black in the South. I became a communist, we'll say socialism while there's capitalism. Then when we get socialism, I'll be a communist. Then we get communism, maybe I'll consider anarchy, though I think most anarchists just want communism. I became that because I was born working class, right? It's like I literally was trying to fix the things that were happening to me and the people that I loved, the people that I lived with. I didn't know mountaintop removal was a thing until they made me know it, right? I didn't know I was poor until white people told me I was, right? We always ate. We ate from shit we grew. You know what I'm saying? That was wealth to me. I was feeling mighty liberated until people with power told me otherwise, right? So in all of the multi-issues, the feminist work, the RJ work, the environmental justice work, the labor work, the queer rights work, whatever, all of those things have developed relationships and across tactics. That means now we can implement work that we couldn't have implemented before relationship, right? I also think to the idea that like things are really segregated and siloed inside of movement, it's like I think you should ask more questions about like who is creating that narrative? Who's saying that movement is divided? And who does that serve? I'll leave that there. You'll catch up in a minute, right? And then I would say, you know, people ask me about the secret sauce of Highlander all the time, and I'm like, I mean, all I know is that we've been bringing people together across difference since 1932 to figure shit out. And they do. They do. If you sit them in a room and you tell them to figure it out, and you feed them, and you let them sing together, and you let them sit around the bonfire and have it out, right? Humans know how to do it. I don't have to sit them down and let them read, you know, Bernice Johnson Reagan's thesis or dissertation, although they should. People innately know how to build relationship if you give them the fucking access and time and resources to be able to do so. Last thing I'll say is that I also am aware that part of the reason that the movement for Black Lives and Highlander and so much of the work that we've done with our comrades and other formations, and I would argue that the work that my mother did with her comrades and AIM and other things was successful is because they were very clear about what their individual roles were. They were disciplined and rigorous about that. They didn't call themselves strategists unless they were. They didn't call themselves organizers unless they did. They didn't call themselves activists unless they were. They didn't call themselves teachers if they didn't teach nobody. And they didn't think that if you were doing the breakfast program that you were less radical than if you were Huey. Y'all will catch that in a minute too. They also didn't expect, the organization's purpose would be for the sake of the service of community and what it would not be. My mama never got paid to organize because the Black Panther Party was not a replacement of universal basic income, right? My organization is not a replacement of the state, right? But all too often people come into movement organizations wanting it to be the Garden of Eden for you while the rest of the fucking world is on fire. Buy me a whiskey, I'll tell you all about it. So the way that we win, I think, and the way that we approach the work is that it's multi-tactical, it's multi-sector work, that we know the work that we're contributing and the container, the purpose that that container serves. We tell no lies, we claim no easy victories, and we believe we can actually have the audacity to win. Right? Part of the problem is we don't think we can win. I can't tell you how many people have been like, well, Biden's not gonna give no ceasefire, so I don't know why we even asking for it. It's like, because we think we can stop it. That's why. How many people have been out and said, like, ain't no power, the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop? Have you said that? And then did you go home and go to sleep? So it stopped, right? How many of you have been like, this is what democracy looks like, while the cops are like whooping your ass? That's not what democracy looks like to me, right? How many people have been like, the people united will never be defeated, and then went home and lost the campaign? Right? Declarations of faith, my friends, evidence of things not seen. You believe in something that does not yet happen on the regular. We have faith. And in a time like now, we have to. We have to have a vision. We can't lie to people. We can't tell them, like, yo, it's gonna be easy. In fact, I'm gonna be like, listen, it might be a pipe dream, but we gotta do this because it's the right thing to do and we deserve to try, right? Mediocre white men fail regularly. So I think part of what makes us successful is like a belief that we could be successful. A commitment to not just pushing for reform, but pushing for what we actually have always deserved, and doing it in a multi-tactical, multi-sector united front for democracy.
I have to say that I have had the privilege of coming to Highlander and sitting around the bonfire with Adrian many, many years ago, and all kinds of great things happened there.
It's magic.
Now they're going to give it to you.
Yes. I see what you mean about going last.
I told you.
It's
impossible.
I was like, ooh, like my whole notebook is full. I guess I won't build from it, but I really love that we deserve to try. And I think we talk about revolutionary optimism, talk about terms and language, Palestinian tradition. We have a lot of really rich stuff to pick from and to learn from. I think when you talked about intersectionality, the first thing I thought of was lineage. You get to choose who you want to be and who we can become, you know. I think organizing early on in the Palestinian youth movement and living through, I was that time where the Palestinian youth movement was multinational. We had chapters in Tunisia, we had chapters in Italy, we had chapters in Sweden, we had chapters in London and Spain, and I joined the Bay Area chapter and I was super stoked, and there was a conference in Tunisia, and by the time it was over, the entire thing collapsed and the only thing left was the Bay Area chapter.
Tell them how old you were.
I was 21. Right. I was like, what? Now, 10 years later, we have over 16 chapters in North America, and we have a Britain chapter, an Italy chapter, and a Sweden chapter. And I had the privilege of going to Europe in 2022 and to be part of rebuilding that. It was a really incredible moment for me, and it was also, I mean, it's indicative, that is a collective lesson, right? I think what we tried to answer when we first started, I'm not a founder of the PYM, I'm the generation right after, you know, but as we started to kind of take root, try and rebuild, what are the principles, what are the values, and understanding that just because we had good values, it doesn't mean that we were gonna get it, right? It was basics, right? We were talking about trying to empower Palestinian youth to take up a proactive role in their struggle. It was about saying, you know, and we talked about this as we were eating, but really trying to build in the post-Oslo period and saying, okay, I'm a Palestinian person. I was born and raised in the Bay Area. I come from a family of refugees. My father was raised in a refugee camp, in an orphanage specifically in Jordan. And my grandparents gave everything because they believed in the deserved to try there, I did go back. They believed in freedom. They believed in liberation. That's why my dad's 10 siblings all went hungry, because they were punished for that. And I think when we first built, we tried to really answer this question of fragmentation, right? The geopolitical fragmentation, the political fragmentation, the geographic fragmentation of the Palestinian people, the economic fragmentation, and really quickly Oslo saying to us, you, Palestinians in West Bank and in Jerusalem and in Gaza, you are the real Palestinians, right? That's where the bureaucratic colonialism entry point came in, right? And in the early 90s, you guys are the real Palestinians. Palestinians inside of the 48 territories, or Israel, you're an internal Israeli problem. Peace out, see y'all later. Palestinians in Lebanon, and in Jordan, and in Syria, and in Egypt, and all the camps, your home countries are gonna have to figure out what to do with you, because we just can't. And Palestinians in the US, and in Canada, and in England. In the US, guess what? Y'all get to become American. In Canada, you're Canadians. In England, you're English. And it was about us pushing back and saying on a real, again, basic level, talking about needs, no, hold on. We are not in solidarity with ourselves. Period. Blank. That's it. You as a Palestinian person are part of a national liberation struggle. You are not less Palestinian than your cousin or someone that you don't know in Gaza or in the West Bank or in a camp in Lebanon. You are just as Palestinian. You have different experiences under this condition of Zionism. But we don't measure our legitimacy predicated on how much exact direct oppression we've experienced under the Israeli boot. That's not who we are as a people. And to do so is a disservice to us, because it also means that it removes our ability to be actors and to be able to continue to build on the lineage that we have inherited. So there's that piece that's kind of like essential, and you can connect it, we can think about it like revolutionary optimism. Our movement is pluralistic. We have people who are Marxists and who are spiritual. We have people who are not Marxists and who are, politically driven by political Islam, right? And driven by that, as are so many of our people in this moment, right? We have folks across the board. And there are some tensions and some things that we have to work with inside of the Palestinian people. Let's be real about it, right? The conditions for what does Free Palestine look like, we're not all on the same page. But the central demands are the same because they're the ones that cannot be bartered and sold by any Palestinian. And it's the right for self-determination, the right of return, the freedom for all political prisoners, and the liberation of our homeland from the river to the sea. So I don't get, as Nadia, no matter who I aspire to be, what I achieve or don't achieve, my feelings, I can never barter those because those were made on our behalf. Those are our inheritance as Palestinians. And so, but for us, in terms of politics, when we talk about revolutionary optimism, the other word I would use is faith, right? And this is a much deeper conversation, and it can be used as a sidetrack, but hopefully y'all will have the good faith with me. Part of, when you say healing, I hear organizing.
Talk about it.
Right? I really do. And I think fundamentally, when we think about like these separations, it's the same question that you asked, actually, Ashley. It's like, in service of what? In service of who? Right? Yes, newsflash, we have problems. And I am invested in building a unified Palestinian independent grassroots movement for all of our people to be able to address the same issues that we are facing. And I am not interested in doing that work and saying to everybody else, hold on y'all, we're not able to come and stand in solidarity with you because we have our own issues. So when we're free, we'll come back. I'm not interested. You know, I know that what is happening on the ground, what is being organized in Palestine, that is going to change our ceiling here in the so-called United States. But even as we meet that ceiling, it does not mean that I stop or I pause, right? Time will evolve. I have a lot, I'm a spiritual Marxist. I think time evolves, right? It gives us that opportunity. And what does it mean for us to say, okay, I choose a lineage from a very rich history of Palestinian organizing that believes that all of us who are oppressed actually have we have the duty to fight. We choose, actually, each other. It's not natural solidarity, we choose. I made the choice, we make the choice. Which means sometimes also you have to get into the nitty-gritty stuff and the contradictions within our own communities here in order to get there. But who better to have those conversations than the people who know it? You know? And I think maybe I'll end with just the NGO process and trying to think through what it looks like to build Honor the Earth, rebuild Honor the Earth in this moment, and try to reflect the values and the work that we're doing externally inside of the organization. What does it mean to really use the nonprofit as a toolbox and to understand the restrictions, the limitations? We as a nonprofit should not talk, I believe, should not talk on behalf of a grassroots community. We're here as a toolbox, we have resources. We are not the grassroots. My political home is a grassroots organization, right? I appreciate and I love many of the Palestine Solidarity Movement organizations. I've worked for them, and some of them I've helped, you know, build from one stage to another. We all have, by any means necessary, we all have different roles. The thing that I'm interested in is coordination. How do we not get in each other's way in interest of production? How do we not get in each other's way? And how do we also not treat each other like the state? But I think fundamentally at this time around electoralism, I will be really interested to see some of these questions about intersectionality because we have a lot to contend with. And fundamentally, I know that the primary thing on my Arab, Muslim, Arab Christian, Palestinian communities here is Palestine. And I know that I will not go into my church and say, y'all gotta vote for Joe Biden. I can't do it. So what do I offer then? And how do I make sure that what I'm providing isn't just me? I have my own individual consensus. I believe in collective politics. Let's get collective about it and have a conversation. What is the strategy? And when we disagree, or if we disagree, how do we make sure we have, you know, some sort of understanding? You beef about it, you figure it out later. I don't know. But what I do know is whatever is coming for our communities, we're gonna have to be hella intersectional about the approach because that it will, in terms of time, it will change our international scope and it will change us locally. What it will mean to organize now between all of us. I think of Tupac Acosta and how he really prophesized, you know, he said the United Nations is going to change into something else. So y'all be ready for it. That's what he told us. And here we are. What does it mean for a genocide? It's stated, it's proven. Where's the teeth? What does it mean for genocide to be stated, to be proven, to the case to be made, it to be approved, the evidence to be run through, and there's no application of the law? I am not a legal scholar the way that some of these folks in the room are, so I won't speak on it in that way, but that sets a precedent for a standard that, let's be real, the United States hasn't followed since inception. Right? So, but what does that mean? What does that mean for Russia? What does that mean for China? What does that mean for us? So I'm looking forward to having some of those conversations also on the left around imperialism, because I think it's going to get real for us real quick, and I would rather have those out of necessity now than out of necessity later, because I think it will make us stronger, inshallah.
Okay, I don't have a third question because we don't have time for that. But can I take 10 minutes into this? Yeah, okay. So let's get a round of questions for our incredible speakers, and then we'll do a closing. Who's got their hands up? Okay.
Thank you for being here.
You're gonna help me.
We're putting your daughter in there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, use the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you?
Turn it off.
Let's trade. This is the good one.
Yes. That's about it.
Thank you all so much for coming, for gathering everyone here. I would like to know, how do you take care of yourself and your mental health while constantly taking all of this in? Because I know I struggle, and I take as many action steps that I can, and it never feels like enough. And I definitely, I pray, I try to do yoga, I do all the things that everyone says to do. And just as like a regular civilian, for me, as I'm watching the videos and of the horrifying things that are happening in the massive gaslighting, I don't know how to bear witness to the pain and suffering while being active, while also sort of maintaining my own sanity and being able to not make every moment of my life about that alone. Like, I know there's more, I know there's the faith, but how can I continue to laugh, have a glass of water without like feeling overcome by so much guilt, or like enjoy a meal? Like how can I continue to live my life and be present while also being present for what is happening, if that makes sense?
I'm going to take a few questions and then we'll come back.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inspiring all of us with your fire, your wisdom, your whole selves, your emotional intelligence, your spiritual intelligence, your intellectual intelligence. Very, very, very grateful to be in your audience collectively. I have a question, a really easy question about fascism. Yeah, no, the easiest.
I love talking about fascism.
Yeah, let's go. So, because, I'm also Palestinian and come from a place where I see where state and society and all facets of it within Israel have shifted to outright fascism in a way that people don't feel as righteous, as a righteous right to shift. Like, there might be people who are fascists among us, obviously. Some of them are very proud. But most people still, hide it or obscure it in a way that we're seeing it becomes a right among Israelis right now that's signaling to a lot of alt-right movements, right? That they too can aspire to this in the name of sovereignty, however they define it. And so I'm for the first time, I'm stuck. Because I have visions for the future. I have visions for decolonization in a way that now in the face of this fascist rise, I'm like, no, there's a predicate element. The way that you're saying revolution first, I'm like, how do you beat fascists first?
Yes.
So that is kind of my easy question.
No, that's easy.
How do we defeat fascists first before we even get to imagining what does, pluralism, coexistence, decolonization look like?
Yeah. Ooh. Yes.
Other questions?
Oh, I forgot that.
So my question is, within this institution that we're in right now, even though our cause is much greater than where we are right now, how do we remain focused and organizing when the institutions we organize in are taking our time and our efforts and our focus away from what we're really trying to fight for? Yeah, that's my question.
Anybody else?
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. Those are, I'm going to add to your fascism question just a little bit, which is that the other thing that we're seeing, I mean, not just in Palestine, is just the incredible increase in the number of fascist governments that are being elected, right, by the people. I mean, the country of my origin, India, I mean, I sat with a friend of mine and we started counting how many non-autocratic governments there were in Asia. And we said there were so few, and you know we see what's happened in Argentina and all. I mean, this all around the world. So not just the U.S. This rise in autocratic, democratically elected autocratic governments is on the rise. So I'll throw that in there. And then in your answers, so each of you get like 3 minutes to answer these questions. One message to young people out there. What is your one message to the young folks who are organizing out in this room and on video? And then we'll close.
Oh my God.
All right, who wants to start?
You want to go?
Yeah, okay, we'll start. We'll just say that we'll end with that.
Natalie, we're gonna end with you this time. I'll be quick, inshallah. Okay. So the question about being present, and maybe the question about institutions, and then I'll answer the one about a message to the youth. And I'll leave the easy question on fascism. Just kidding. So we'll see where it goes. I think maybe being present. I don't know what the answer is I don't know what the general answer is, right? I would say what works. For me, it always helps purpose. So I didn't survive. I'm not a child of survivors of multiple genocides, you know, of multiple pandemics, of so many end times, that I'm still here. I didn't survive that in order to be subsumed by it. I think it's like, I feel tired, you know, I am, I'm exhausted, but how do I not build a house in it? I don't live in tired, I just am. I think I am similar to you. I look at this water and I think about it when I drive or I get to sleep, or every time I take a shower actually is when it hits me. And I go, wow, this is something that I get, right? The empire provides me everything, even the cardboard box. Why is it that by chance of birth, I'm here and I'm not where my family is? I think because I have this, I feel that extra purpose. I'm powered, right? I'm fed, I have water. Therefore, for me, I must fight. I have to get up. I have to figure out how I take care of myself for the long term, because I need to be effective as a tool, right? This is me, it's how I think about it. How do I talk about institutions. The institution takes your time, and I'd say every university is a contradiction in the United States. What are the skills that you need, and how can you get them from this place? Also, I got a diploma from the University of Oxford, right? That is useful for me. I had to remind myself, I know what I'm capable of. And hopefully I'll always be humble enough to know what I don't know. But having that paper, that alone has helped me open doors that would have closed in my face otherwise. And if I do it the right way, the purpose is to bring everybody else with me, or to bring the collective who have the door slammed with me, right? How do I make sure that my access or my gains are not just for myself? I think that has to be part of that answer. We're gonna have to figure that out for the next year, for the next 2 years, for the next 3 years. How do I possibly go on with the grave inequities around the world that I'm not just cognizant of, but I'm feeling? Even in our sleep, I've had crazy dreams with so many people dying and so much happening. Of course, that realm is going off. I think there are so many things to learn, but one of the things I know for sure is that until I'm no longer able, I'm committed to that struggle. I'm committed to trying to do it the best way I can and not be short-sighted about it. We talked about how do you fly the plane and how do you heal, do the work and heal at the same time. Sometimes you gotta land it. Not everything can be built in the sky, it's just the answer, right? When you take that time where you don't feel the guilt of actually resting, reflecting, knowing that we have to do that in order to make keen assessments, because we don't have time to make mistakes that we could have avoided, right? I'm all for experimentation, but doing it in the right way means I have to be in the right space to do that. I'm not a superhuman, neither are you. We're just human, or spirits having a human experience. A message for the youth. You're gonna lead us. So be prepared to do that. I think the things that you will experience from your elders, some of them which will try to curb the work that you are doing, come from having failed, come from having lost, come from having sacrificed, come from having survived. Keep going, because I promise they will be proud of you. And, inshallah, you can be more grown than them sometimes. When those folks, I have many elders who have continued to learn their entire life, but when those folks stop learning, when they're stuck, hold grace for them so that you can learn the things they have to offer, and you can in turn teach them when they're ready. That's what I would say.
Okay, the next panel starts in 15 minutes.
We'll push it up to 15.
We can?
Yeah, let's just.
Okay, so listen, I love listening to all of them, so I can.
Next panel at 4:40.
All right, while y'all are working it out, I'm on top.
All right,
So, thank you for your vulnerability and honesty. I mean, I think that's step one. I think step two is, I grieve. I grieve. I don't just like, well, I mean, I used to joke that I'm like a recovering non-feeler. I'm the thinker. My partner is the feelings person. And what's real is that's bullshit. Like, everybody thinks and feels. That's the point of being human in this human experience. And I think that, like, there's really excellent tools that are available to us to process and move grief. And frankly, we haven't really been using them very well, right? How the fuck could we? You know, we spent 3 years in a pandemic where 1 million people died. Like, how do you, I come from a people that grieve, like we publicly grieve. We scream and shout at caskets, you know, we fall out on the floor, you know, all sorts of stuff. And so not being able to do that and do that collectively meant that, like, that just was getting stuffed. And I live in a state, I'm from Tennessee. In Tennessee, the percentage of black COVID deaths was higher than the percentage of the black population in our state. Like, I still don't know what am I supposed to do with that? I knew that at Highlander's 90th homecoming celebration that I was going to be realizing live while holding a microphone in front of hundreds, if not thousands of people, that there were people that I thought would be there that weren't going to be, right? I grieve. I realized the water thing gets me too. Like, I realized I hadn't taken showers. I was like, oh, you know, I got up and then I was on calls all day and now I'm just tired, so I'm just gonna like go to bed. Brush my teeth, wash my face, go to bed. And I did that for days after the invasion of Gaza, right? So I grieve, and I'll do the like improper thing of plugging my girlfriend's book, but it's all about processing grief. So there's a book called Vibration of Grace, which is literally about like things that you as an individual can do. And again, I think some things we have to do collectively, but there's some things we can only do for ourselves about recovering ourselves, liberating ourselves from the ways that the systems try to break us. And Vibrations of Grace has a lot of those tools. And as a skeptic about all things healing justice sometimes, I vouch for this one. And not just because she's pretty. It's a really good book. Another thing that I would say to you is that martyrdom isn't sexy. And so the very thing that would benefit them, like when I think about what happened when white supremacists burned our offices down, was like, the thing that if they wanted to kill me, they would have. They knew where I was at. Right? What they wanted to do is scare me. They wanted to stop me. They didn't want to go to jail for homicide. They wanted to get away with arson. Right? And so I would just say, like, don't let them win. And that's also by any means necessary. So for me, I find healing through winning. Right? I want to win so I don't have to ever do this shit again. And we just talk because we want to talk to each other, not because we have to figure out how to win. Right? I don't want to, my goal as a political educator isn't just to train good fighters, it's to train people who win. So they don't have to fight in the first place. Right? So I would say, like, don't succumb to, like, martyrdom. Because martyrdom isn't sexy. It's actually not cool that my mom doesn't get to grow old with some of her comrades because they killed themselves in the work. They donated their lives in service of me being able to be here with you. That's fucked. That's not cute. There's nothing cute. Like, when I realized that I was like, I'm staying at Highlander so that if the Nazis come back, I'm gonna fight them, right? Dumb. Thought I was like being radical and revolutionary, right? And so I told my friend Toshi Reagan that I did that. And Toshi, if you know Toshi, she's like her mom, she got a little bit more bite, sometimes than bark, and sometimes more bark than bite. And she literally looked at me and said, Ashley, I thought she was gonna be like, come on, comrade, revolution, let's go. She was like, that is dumb. I was like, what? And she was like, there's only one of you. Idiot! Like, you didn't have a gun? That's stupid! Like, what are we gonna do? You're gonna, like, hit them with your Joe? Get out of here. So don't be a martyr, we, like, actually need you. What I would say, I'm gonna say fascism for last because it's my favorite. What I would say about distraction is that's what these kinds of institutions were created to do, and they have more resources than you to do it, and they're not gonna leave. Right? The thing about the administration here is that they will likely spend more time here than you will as a student, right? So I would, as a student organizer, I love student organizing. I definitely spent more university dollars than I paid in tuition. That was your shouting moment, you missed it. But what I would say to you is that there's not really any such thing as a strategic defense. Strategy is innately, in my opinion, offensive. So what is your offensive strategy for the next few years that you'll be here that at the very least distracts them? Don't donate your power either. It's like, if all you do is come and you fuck it up at Rutgers, go off. I don't care. Like, distract them. Distract them, and then maybe the next crew will come in and they'll have an offensive strategy. And if you were thinking about what Comrade Nadia said about like flying the plane and building it at the same time, it's like, I wish that was all we were having to do right now. You're gonna have to fly the plane. I used to tell people building the movement for Black Lives was like flying a plane at 40,000 feet while getting shot at the inside and the outside. That's what it is right now. And so it's just gonna sometimes suck. And I think this is to the intersection of both of your questions. It's like, have a crew. Have a crew. It's like, if they come from Brittany, if they come from Nora, they're gonna hear from me. Period. Even if I disagree with them, but that's between me and them. But publicly, it's that ass if you come from one of mine. One of mine's 7 of yours, right? So have a crew that will ride for you like that, but also will jerk you by your collar if you're acting a fool, okay? That was the thing that got me through student organizing. Message to young people, well, I'll save that for last actually, I'll do fascism real quick.
Wait, really quick, because the next panel is in the room already.
Bless your hearts, thank you for being here and for your patience as we finish this up.
4:30 is our cutoff.
Got it. Yeah, so I mean, one, just to agree, fascism is both a movement and a way of governing, and right now, federally, we are facing a really scary fascist movement, but they don't yet have total governing power, not in a supermajority kind of way, which is very different on the municipal and state level where I live, because they do have supermajority governing power where I live. So to say the US is not fascist to indigenous people and black people in this country is like, one, ahistoric and just not true. The thing that could beat it, we did a whole series on fascism. It's called the Fascism 101 series. It's all free and online. It's available for you to watch. So I'm not going to go into details about the content of that. If you are interested in it, you should holler at me. What I will say is what I think beats it. I'm also going to give one little bit of context about Israel. So I want to be real that before October 7th, hundreds of thousands of Israelis were fighting, were like protesting Bibi around his fascism. It only stopped because then all of a sudden they were like, well, but if it's in defense of like us, then maybe it's okay. But actually, fascism is never in service of anybody but the dictator. Let's just be real, of capital in this like 21st century context of fascism. It's about the defense of capital and minority rule, right? So it's fucked up that all of a sudden nobody's really talking about the fact that Netanyahu is a fucking fascist, period, point blank. And Gazans are like literally experiencing the consequence of that, period. And if they think it's not gonna roll back on them in Israel, just keep on living. Just keep on living. What it means here, I think, and frankly, well, two things. One is that like they all work together. They all talk to each other. Fascists actually are really great at building international solidarity. They train each other, they share resources and money, and we suck at it in comparison. There's actually a lot that I think the left and progressive movements have to learn from the current state of the right. They work across difference. They have an offensive strategy with Project 2025. And we can still beat them, as you have your like nervous breakdown in front of me. And don't get me wrong, I was a fatalist until like last year when a brother who is a global human rights activist came up to me and I was like, we're gonna lose, like fascism is a foregone conclusion. He said, that's not true. I was like, yeah, it is. He was like, no, it's not. He was like, look at Chile. All it took was left-wing populism. And I was like, oh, I know how to do that, right? All we have to do, because all MAGA has done is build a right-wing populism, right? It's populism versus capital. Nikki Haley is team capital, Donald Trump is team populism. If we, instead of going into regular communities and like making people feel like shit, if we went and talked to our neighbors in ways that made them feel like we thought they were smart too and that we didn't just know it all and they should just agree with us because we said we were right, if we actually build a left worth belonging to, we would win in November. And every day after that, which is actually more important than what happens in November. And frankly, I would argue about whether or not some of those folks were democratically elected. Because where I live, yeah, some of those right-wingers got elected, but only because the vast majority of us didn't or couldn't vote in the first place. So I would argue about what actual democratic participation looks like when you're already under an authoritarian state. What I would tell you young people to do is, if you're gonna participate in self-defense, you need to make sure you can sustain it and keep people safe. I would ask you to really consider what it looks like to win and then have to govern, because you do. I would tell you that you are divine and human at the same time. I would tell you that relationships can bend time. I remember asking the Movement for Black Lives, before we were the Movement for Black Lives, what impossible things only become possible if we do them together? That's what time it is on the clock of the world right now. And I would tell you that your perfection is not required, but your accountability is. And that if you are accountable to us and to me and to your people, that you will find extensive grace in all of your failures. But I would also tell you that you deserve to feel excellent, and that for every day you don't win, somebody dies. So I would demand your excellence. Thank you.
All right, I should just say what they said. And I almost will because I don't have too much to add and we're almost out of time. But, so I'm looking at the time so that I don't go over a minute. For for the young people, the only other things I will add is that a lot of times people are gaslighting you because they're trying to distract you, of course. So cliche, keep your eyes on the prize. And what a mentor of mine always told me is don't major in the minor.
And flunk the major.
So that's right. So keep your eyes on the prize, focus on what you're trying to achieve. Fascism. We have fascism because democracy has failed. It's failing us. It's not producing the things that it should be producing. So what we need to focus on is fixing our democracy. If we fix our democracy, if our government starts to deliver on basic human rights, people will not turn to fascism. I lived in a country that had 4 military governments when I was young. And each time people welcomed them with open arms. Why? Because the government was failing them. Because the so-called democracy was failing them, or the previous government was failing them. So what we need to focus on is building an inclusive democracy that delivers on basic human rights. And I think that most people can be organized away from fascism. People turn to it because they feel like they have no other choice. And I think we need to take that seriously. I guess the last thing I'll say that has not been said, but I think is very important if we're talking about being revolutionary, being liberatory, is that we have to work towards self-sufficiency. And I mean that in small and big ways, but start by, and I just heard someone say this, I can't even remember who said it, but was a hip hop artist. Start by growing a garden in your kitchen, growing herbs. But start by really let's connect more with nature, and I think that will yield a lot for us as organizers, as people who want to practice liberation. And Natalie, I'll turn to you.
Thank you. So about pain, this is a question I've wrestled with often myself. Before being at Water Protector Legal Collective, I was a defense attorney as a public defender. And sometimes the pain of being in the criminal justice system and being a cog in that wheel and seeing the drip, drip, drip of our relatives go in and out of prison was really painful. And I spoke to an older attorney that had been practicing criminal defense for 40 years, and he said, well, you either harden yourself or you get out. And I'm no pansy, but I, at the time, was like, that can't be the solution. And I remembered a song that my mom used to sing often. It's a song with Música de Protesta Latinoamericana, and it's a song by Mercedes Sosa, who is this wonderful Argentinian woman that was considered the voice of Latin American liberation movements. And it's a song that says, solo le pido a Dios, I only ask God, que el dolor no me sea indiferente, que la reseca muerte no me encuentre, vacío y solo sin haber hecho lo suficiente, que lo injusto no me sea indiferente, que la guerra no me sea indiferente. And it's a prayer that asks, I only ask God that pain shall not be indifferent to me, that death shall not come to me and find me alone and empty without having done enough, that injustice shall not be indifferent to me, and that war shall not be indifferent to me. And so when I think about pain, I think about this and having experienced pain in so many different dimensions in my own life and seeing it in my communities and for our peoples and our Black, brown, and indigenous relatives, right? The only way is through, right? So you can't harden yourself. Hardening yourself is not the answer. You have to keep your heart soft, but use the shell that you have, strengthen yourself on the outside, but keep your heart soft. And there's a practice in that. But the reality is we can't afford to look away, and we have to be present and here in what is happening. At the same time, I echo the words of my sisters here that in order to be effective long term and to build, we have to rest. And in order to do this, find people that will hold you accountable, because there will be times when you're burning the candle at both ends and you have to realize this is not sustainable long term, and that it is revolutionary to rest. And I know we hear, well, it's also privileged to rest, but those things are not mutually exclusive, right? Understanding our privilege and understanding that we see the flaws in the system doesn't also mean that we're not a part of them or contributing to them in some way. So because there are contradictions in the things that we do and in the way that we live, does not mean that we continue to fight. And to the question on fascism, having seen Chile, having seen so much in the global south in particular, with our, we had a 64-year conflict in Colombia. There's no answer but to fight. I asked a YU elder woman who's, the streams, the rivers near her community had dried up because of a mining project, and it was the fountain of their community, and she was speaking publicly constantly about this. And I said, how do you keep your will? What do you do so that your will remains strong? And she said, well, you can't stop because it's not a choice, right? And so it's that it's not a choice to fight, and it's also not a choice to swim upstream like the salmon, right? They don't have that choice, they just have to because they must. And so it's part of what we have to continue to do is fight, have to continue to make visible those things that are invisible, even when it feels like screaming into the void, because the void is not perpetually dark, and it will come and light will come. And perhaps it's Gramsci's pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will, but I will also say that will alone and rage alone and pain alone are not enough. It is part of the praxis that we've been talking about today. We need to be at the grindstone of discipline and put in the hard work, because our communities, the communities that we serve, our people, they deserve the best. Right. And the one thing with here for youth is that we are in a different moment. The spaces of power that were once closed to all of us are spaces that are open. We're in possession of knowledge of colonial power structures like the law. We can tell our own stories. We're doctors, we're lawyers, academics, organizers, legal workers, students, artists, musicians, you name it. So bring your whole selves to whatever it is that you do, whatever it is that you choose to do. Once you raise that mantle of being a human rights defender, you can never set it down. So thank you for taking it up and carrying it with us, because it is part of our collective liberation.
I just want to say what was an incredibly amazing panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Bye. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, so please stretch, get some coffee, get some tea, use the restroom, and then we'll convene at 12:45 or 50.
That was so fantastic.
So please stretch your legs, take a breath. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was so great. Fantastic.
I took pictures with you in the back, so I will send them. Thank you so much for being here, even despite illness. We appreciate it.
Feel better, Natalie.
We wish you're going to be with us in spirit at dinner. Okay, thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Take care. Everyone say bye. Okay. That was great. Thank you so much, you guys. That was a beautiful last response. You guys, yes.
It was great. Hey, I have my whole notebook. I was like 9 more questions.
Oh, I know. We should just do it online.
That last thing. I had like 2 pages of the question I asked too.
No, and I wish we had more time to get into the fascism, because it's like, yeah. And people, that's the thing, there's no shared
Yeah, why don't we get one more chair?
Let's try to avoid being center camera. Jostled into it. Oh yeah, I'll be.
Why are we looking at for the live stream?
Hi, hi everyone. First of all, thank you so much to those amazing speakers. What a wonderful panel.
Oh yes.
Thank you to all of you for being here and staying with us. And for those of you who are on the live stream, be prepared for another wonderful conversation. I'm going to keep my introductions quite brief. As you all know, we had a historic strike here at Rutgers last spring. For those of us who were involved in it, it was an experience, and as all movement work entails, I think we have a lot of lessons, we have a lot of takeaways, and so this panel was meant as a way to reflect and kind of process some of that. I just want to say this panel is on union organizing at Rutgers, specifically around the events of the 2023 strike, which lasted 5 days before a tentative framework was agreed upon and the strike was suspended by union leadership, and we can talk about what that meant as well. Some quick introductions for our wonderful panelists today. I want to thank all of you for being here. And we have this amazing panel that has, really representative of the different groups that came together with the union or, as part of this historic action. So first I'd like to introduce Carlos Castaneda. Carlos Castaneda is a disseminator of feelings and thoughts of the collection of working class immigrant communities which he is a part of. He currently organizes with Movimiento Coseca in different states in the nation. Carlos was born in South America in the Peruvian Andes region and immigrated in the 90s to the United States and currently lives in New Jersey. Carlos has organized in different spaces such as churches, workplaces, and now he organizes with hundreds of undocumented immigrant families, focusing on intersectionality to build people power. For this, Carlos uses the tool of prophetic dialogue, and I hope you'll talk about what that means, Carlos. Second, here is my dear colleague, Andy Urban. Andy Urban is an associate professor of American Studies and History at Rutgers University, New Brunswick, who focuses on labor, migration, and public history. His current book project explores histories and public memories of Seabrook Farms, a frozen foods agriculture and company town in southern New Jersey that employed incarcerated Japanese Americans, guest workers from the British West Indies, migrant farm workers from the U.S. South, European displaced persons, and stateless Japanese Peruvians during the 1940s and 50s. Andy serves on the Immigration and Ethnic History Society's executive board and is a VP of the New Brunswick chapter of the Rutgers AUP-AFT union. Next we have right here, Joanna Faith Capua Almiron. Joanna is a longtime educator, organizer, and scholar based in Nyack, New York. From 2009 to 2023, she taught cultural studies courses in the American Studies Department of Rutgers, New Brunswick, and we miss you very much, as a part-time lecturer and then a non-tenure track adjunct professor. During the strike, she penned the essay, amazing essay, if you can, please read it online. A faculty union can fight for more than money, published in a public seminar at the New School at the end of March. Within 2 weeks of the publication and visible participation in the strike, the university did not offer another year as a non-tenure track, but a return to the part-time lecturer position, citing budgetary constraints and enrollment. Almiron rejected the appointment as a final lesson, an important lesson for her Rutgers students, that even after fighting for a better tomorrow, the powers that be still demand consent to your own exploitation. Her scholarship on the artist Jean-Michel Basquiat and cultural criticism has been featured in LitHub, Art News, Public Seminar, LA Review of Books, Hyperallergenic, Resolutely Press, The New York Times, Shortlist, and Vanity Fair, and galleries and museums, including the Guggenheim. Soily Smith, right here next to Professor Urban. is a writer and PhD candidate in American Studies of Rutgers University, Newark. Her dissertation interrogates aesthetics of refuge in the Canadian national imaginary. She is from the territory of the Lahiti-Tena First Nation and currently resides in Montreal. And we have our wonderful Afterlives team members, Professor Nora Arkat and Micheline moderating the panel today. So thank you very much, and I will turn it over to them.
I just wanted to echo Sylvia's kind welcome to our panel and emphasize that as organizers who conceived of this panel, that as we talk about anti-racism and activism and the afterlives of liberation, and specifically in response to the question of what does it mean to be in a university institution, that we're not here just opining about these things outside, but that they are the conditions that shape our lives here and that structure our relationships to one another. And so this is a wonderful and emblematic example of how to build power, but also kind of lifting up what Ashley was saying about in the moment of 2020, Black Lives Matter was both, building an airplane as it was flying at 40,000 feet with shots firing inside and outside, that those conditions exist, I think, in all organizing spaces, this one included. So with that, welcome.
Thank you so much to our panelists for being here. Also, I would call them my comrades from the time we spent together organizing the 2023 strike here at Rutgers across 3 campuses, right? For those of you who may not be familiar with Rutgers, we are the State University of New Jersey. That means that we're here in New Brunswick, but we're also in Newark and in Camden, which are historically Black towns and cities. And so part of the beauty of this panel are that folks here work with communities and work with parts of the university across disparate geographies, and therefore also have very different relationships and stakes that they had to organize through in order to make that strike possible for the 9,000 of us who were represented by those unions. And so I'm just really grateful that you're all here today across different unions, across different campuses, and that you're willing to talk about the intricacies and the complexities of what it means to organize across those types of difference. I think we talk a lot about intersectional analysis and organizing. Well, we never talk enough about it actually, but we try to talk about it as much as we can. And one of the things about unions that's really interesting is that we're also talking about people who are situated differently within the context of the university in terms of their job categories. We're talking about the working conditions of undocumented Latinx workers who are working part-time for the university with no union representation. We're also talking about nurses who are working for BHS&J for the medical faculty here at Rutgers who are working for the hospitals that are gentrifying this neighborhood but are also supposed to be providing life-affirming services for the people who live here in medical services. And then we're also talking about grads and part-time faculty who together actually teach over 50% of the classes across campuses at Rutgers, over 50% of the undergraduate classes. And so, and we're also talking about tenured faculty. So I just wanted to point those things out because I know sometimes insider language can be difficult to comprehend if you're not a union organizer. So I just wanted to point some of those things out, that those are in the dynamics of what folks are going to be speaking to. So let's start with the first question, right? Prior to this last contract campaign and strike in April of 2023, leaders and members of the AAUP-AFT, which is the full-time faculty, the PTLFC, the part-time faculty, and the BHS&J, which represents the medical workers here at Rutgers, organized so that our unions would bargain our contracts collectively for the first time, which made a huge difference in going on strike. And we also had bargaining for the common good demands for the second time in our history. And for those of you who don't know, bargaining for the common good demands are usually demands that are specifically about our neighbors and our students that have to do with questions of like housing insecurity that have to do with the predatory practice of withholding diplomas from working class people who can't pay certain bills that they supposedly owe or debts that they owe to the university, right? And so bargaining for the common good demands are very particular because they impact people who are not represented by those unions. And, due to constraints in organizing this panel, members of the BHS&J and undergraduate organizers are not here, but I just want to shout them out for being integral parts of the coalition that came together. I just want to acknowledge the material conditions, right? Like, so many of our undergrad comrades really put their time and their labor on the line for us, and same with BHS&J. But I would love for the folks on the panel to go around, share your names, pronouns, your job category, if that mattered to your role in the strike, and maybe 2 or 3 of the top demands related to your job category that you fought for during this last strike.
Okay. Well, hello everybody, my name is Carlos, and I'm a volunteer organizer with Movimiento Cosecha, which is a decentralized movement across the country. And here in New Jersey, we have worked with an example driver's license campaign back in 2018. And after that, we've been organizing with communities across New Jersey. My pronouns are he, him, and one of the demands that we, along with New Labor and the rest of the team, fought for was the Excluded Workers Fund. For workers across New Jersey that never receive economic relief from the state or from the federal government. So we did get some, but yeah, so that's me.
Hi everybody, my name is Soily. I have she, they pronouns. At the time of the strike, I was a THEA, so I was a graduate worker. And I was sort of weirdly a graduate worker again. I hadn't been technically or legally or according to the university the year before because I was out of funding. And then I got some random funding and was back in, baby. And to probably the dismay of some people. But I say that because I think one of the top demands that I'll mention that was pretty important to graduate workers was 5 years of guaranteed funding. If you're in the humanities, you'll know that usually funding's a bit of a fun little dice roll gamble. You'll have it 1 year, you won't the next. You'll have it again. And when it comes to the union, that means you're in the union, you're out of the union, you're in the union, you're out of the union from year to year often. So I was out of funding, back in again. 5 years of funding was really important. Wage was important. We make below living wage in this area, far, far, far below. And then I think the big ones were like COVID extensions, and another really big one that didn't get a lot of attention was the child care subsidy. A lot of grads are parents.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, everyone. I'm Andy, he, him pronouns. Misha, I spent a lot of time thinking about this question just because organizing on behalf of full-time faculty, and in particular tenure track and tenured faculty, was not something that I didn't really ever sign up to do, even though that's my technical job category, because, as we had so many conversations about, that's incredibly frustrating, because you are talking about a kind of privileged class of workers who, still are potentially receiving a pay increase that's less than, say, the rate of inflation or the standard of living, right? But certainly don't exist in the same state of precarity or vulnerability as everyone else that we were organizing on behalf of. So I guess for me, when I think about demands related to my job category, I always tried to come back to ones that also, and I'm going to plant like a seed here, I wasn't even sure we could win in our contract, because in some ways they exist outside the legal structures in which contracts are negotiated and bargaining. So the example I usually give is just like a tolerable place to work, teach, and to do our jobs. I work in the Ruth Adams building, which is just like a quarter mile from here, and So if you have a disability and want to take a class with me in the Ruth Adams building, you have to email me in advance, ask me to then go through all these bureaucratic processes to request an accessible building, right? We don't have lactation stations. We don't even have a kitchen to prepare food, even though we're in the midst of like a food desert, as many of you know over here on Douglas. And so those are the things that I guess I wanted to demand, and at times that's what I always stuck to. And you know, I think I learned throughout this whole kind of affair, so to say, right, that maybe those demands aren't ever going to be won in contracts. So I hope we can come back to that. But
thank you. Peace. My name is Johanna Faith Banyas Buaro Cacho Junam Paro Pascual Almiron Johnson. All my people are here with me, and I just want to say thank you again for those who've organized this beautiful day where we get to actually do the praxis that organizers must do, which is assess. And so I so appreciate also the panelists beforehand, not just for their generous sharing, but also their generous work that they do on a daily basis. So I just hope everybody here continues to send good energies towards them and everybody doing the boots on the ground work, because it really truly is thankless, but we don't do it for thank you. So my role during the strike was primarily as a professor. So I was sort of a pinch hitter when I first came into American Studies, and it's actually a really beautiful genealogy in terms of I was at the University of Wisconsin as a tenure track professor at the Afro-American Studies department, and experienced like two doublings of trauma. I had a student who was arrested in my class. Fast forward, I saw him walk the stage and get his PhD at the University of Texas in Austin. Shout out to Denzel, my comrade for life. And then when I returned back to Wisconsin, anyway, this wasn't supposed to be the whole thing. I came into Rutgers sort of in my own crisis of figuring out what am I going to do. And it was because of Nicole Fleetwood, who was a comrade of mine who I met in Wisconsin through our abolitionist work together, and through the abolitionist state that I came to American Studies. Anyway, so I was a part-time lecturer for 3 years, and then for the first time ever, I had a salary with like worthy of the comma as a non-tenure track. In terms of the demands, the NTT and the PTL, so this is the alphabet soup. Part-time lecturer is like gig. You get paid $7K maybe for one class. So if you're teaching 2 classes, and usually you can't teach more than 2, that's 14, right? So we're gonna do the adjunct math. But if you are an NTT, then you actually have access to benefits, etc. So what was really interesting to me about the strike was that I was actually right at that crossroads. So when I was reporting to my union reps, it was either to the part-time lecturers or the non-tenured track. Okay. So our big demands were job continuance, like security. Like I'm not just going to have a one-to-one contract and pay increase. So spoiler alert, I got demoted from the NTT to PTL so I just realized that even with the force of the strike, if I wasn't going to be valued in that way, I couldn't continue on. Okay, sorry, that was long-winded.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I know that you apologized for the alphabet soup, Kappa, but so much of what makes, I think, the structural violence of job categories so salient for this conversation is that you come to have to explain and embody a position within the university that you didn't create, right? Like the fact that most people don't know that they're paying tens of thousands of dollars a year to a university for their child to go to, only to find out that over 50% of undergraduate classes are taught by people who don't make a living wage, who don't have health insurance, right? That's like not something for you to apologize for. The fact that there is this alphabet soup is the structural violence that you fought, so thank you for doing that. I think the next question for me is just, before we get into the nitty-gritty of the conflict, the complexity of this fight that we've just fought, we won big. We won big for the first time. Right, so this was the very first faculty strike at Rutgers in its entire history. It's just, let's let that sink in. This is the State University of New Jersey. This was the first faculty strike in 150 years? More. 157? No, 257, I'm sorry. I knew that it was over 250, I should have said that. So 257 years of this university's history, right? What were some of the successes that you would like to highlight, right? What were some of the actual wins? Because I guarantee you a lot of people don't actually know even what we won. And when you highlight those things, could you share a bit about what the key was to the success in winning those demands in terms of some organizing tactics and strategies?
My answer might not be exactly in line in that for me the success of the strike is not what was won for the contract. I kind of don't, for lack of a better term, I kind of don't believe in the bargain with the boss. Like I do in that we do it, but for me it's not what the win is. The contract is the agreement I make with them for a certain level of exploitation. And it's important to them that I agree to it. It's important that I agree to it. So I think for me, the demands and what we win and what we don't, they're important because they do impact people's lives, but that's not what I would term as the success. So I'm not going to really think about it in terms of what we won. And I hope others get into the details of what we won. But for me, the success of the strike was having a strike at all. That's the big success. The political education that was done to get a strike, the persistence and political will to get a strike. Those are also some of the strategies. The strategies are the win. The strategies and tactics that were developed are the win. Because I think labor is really important for getting the big win for me, which is the abolition of capitalism. And also fighting imperialism. We're in a moment right now where if we could get people to understand themselves inside the system as the workers who already run the world, that we could halt this shit pretty quickly. I don't say that to suggest that that's an overnight thing that we're definitely doing right now, but I just want to say that I think that for me, the strike is a school for teaching us the tactics and skills to actually change the world. And so I think that's the success of the strike. Every time and just on a very basic level, convincing professors that they are workers with labor to withhold is a huge win. It's a huge win because those of us who do it know how hard it is. So that's my keys to success.
I'll grab the mic next because I think a number of my comments are going to echo yours, Soili's. For me as a labor historian, I think there was also a wonderful moment where if you study these things within organized labor, there's been this long-standing tension between what people call business unionism and rank-and-file unionism. And I think it's safe to say in some ways the union here, especially the full-time faculty union, has very much always been oriented to a model of business unionism. And there was always this refrain, professors aren't going to come out. And, again, there's all disputed numbers. people say professors, right, and they use it as this catch-all category, right? Workers came out, right? Workers were there. And so I'm really, in some ways, hopeful that moving forward, I'll never have to hear what to me has always been a kind of bullshit argument again, right? That this can't be a rank and file union. I think we proved that that doesn't hold.
Well, Cosecha's a national movement. One of the strategies for Cosecha to obtain permanent protection beyond green cards or beyond citizenship, it's we use, well, political education we use is a general strike, right, nationwide, especially for undocumented workers that have no power, like electoral power. We cannot vote on the elections, but we do have the power over labor, right? So anywhere their strike happens, we would love to be there, support, and also co-lead, not just support, right? So for the strike in Rutgers, I wouldn't say, I want to focus more on like an internal, what happened with Cosecha internally. A lot of our membership had an opportunity finally to put theory into practice, right? However, there were some things that we would love to have seen differently being done, but nevertheless, it was a good opportunity for our members to practice what they have taught politically beforehand, right? That's one success. And the other one was also along the line, was that our members, it was an eye-opener for our members, but usually we live like silo lives, which in turn transfers into silo organizing, right? We think our problems is the only problems that exist. So it was a good opportunity also for our memberships to realize that it's not just them having big issues, big problems, but also students, right? Other community members on the other side of town, professors, and everybody else that got together to get this strike going. So for us, it was a very good opportunity to experience while we politically studied before all these things that happened, no?
Thank you. It's so funny because I feel like we're talking about cultural consciousness. We're talking about like the cultural changes as opposed to that, like the contract. And I would just say that, you know, even though I spoke about my role in the official union, one of the things that I was really excited about today is the shout out to 1968, because I certainly see my own coming into my own as a scholar and intellectual, as a part of the legacy of Third World Studies, of Third World Liberation Front. You know, I was at Oberlin College and I lived in Third World House, you know, like, I'm very much a part of that, a torchbearer. And so one thing that we don't talk about, and I'm just gonna say it out loud, which, you know, in this day and age, it's like almost taboo to say so, the classroom is an organizing site.
Sure is.
And that I would have never even considered myself as part of that space, and that's who I was organizing. I was organizing my students. And I would say the greatest success, the reason I can hold my head up high is because I know I did that. And the strike changed me and it changed them. You know, like I feel so honored and like heartened by the knowing that I was walking, marching shoulder to shoulder with my students, and they were like, "Oh, so this is what it feels like to embody my politic on the street." And it's like what you were saying about theory to action. I was like, you know, and this is the other thing too, is that like, if you are from an ethnic studies genealogy, then you know that the curriculum, the whole point of it is to build a better world. Like the whole point of why, like, we fight for curriculum, for against banned books, etc., is not like just representation that we get to see our faces, which we rarely do, in these textbooks, but because of everybody who's outside of this building. And so I'm very proud of the ways that we kicked down the doors of our dilapidated buildings and took the streets as a classroom, that we reclaimed the streets as our classroom. And that I reclaimed my students as my comrades, that they organized me too, and that I continue to learn from them. And that is actually, that once upon a time, Those were the marching orders. If you are going to be a marginalized person in the academy, you better keep that door open. Like, keep your whole body in that doorway. But then the empty promise of what's in that building, that's what I'm interested in talking about too.
Should we use this so we don't have to keep passing that around? Let me try this. I'm really loud anyway, so we might not even need it, but so that we don't have to keep sharing this. Does this work? Hello. Am I good? Yeah, I know I'm loud. Yeah, okay, so then you know I'm actually trained as an organizer first, a lawyer second, and an academic, most recently. But I have to, no, it's not working.
Okay.
I have to say that one of the reasons
I was so excited to come to Rutgers.
That one doesn't work.
Period.
That one doesn't work. It's bad.
But
You want to use this one?
All right, so I don't think I need it. Okay, I'll use it anyway. And just say one of the reasons I was so excited to come to Rutgers, this was my first experience of being in a union, and I've worked all my adult life. So it was so exciting, precisely bringing to fruition this idea that I embody in a lot of even the theoretical things that I do and think about in the law, is that power actually is always amongst us, right? It's embodied within us and we shouldn't relinquish it. And so how do we mobilize that in action when in the current state that we're in, not just Rutgers, right, where we do have a strong union, but across the United States especially, and globally even, there's this neoliberalization of the university itself, traditionally a site of faculty governance, of graduate student governance, that's become increasingly, that separation, that it's going to be managed, on a different level with a different class of managers that oversee us. So one of the wonderful things to see in the classroom, as well as across the campus, and by the way, I didn't organize. This was also, I want to thank you all. I joined you on the picket line and was proud to be part of such a robust movement. But one of the things that I think about is what were the ways that strategically you as organizers were using to build our power? How did you grow it in this moment? Did you see this as an opportunity, as you were saying, Soli, that outside of what was, documented, or that you're telling us, Carlos, this idea of mobilizing us to reach our potential of a general strike, in the examples that we have here, what were those ways that we grew power? Were we able to consolidate them? And what are lessons kind of that linger for us, and how do we continue to grow it? And I should say, if we didn't, then why not?
I think that in terms of just like the kind of practical nitty-gritty of organizing, I think a few things were key. Some things, it's one of those things where sometimes a good idea quickly becomes institutionalized and then becomes a bad idea very quickly. And so or it starts to work against you very quickly. And so I think there's this like tough balance that you're constantly doing when you're organizing. I think coalition building was a big project for a lot of us, particularly I think it was always really important when I was many years ago some years ago on the graduate steering committee. That was always our goal, was how do we build this out so that it's not just about the university in terms of understanding it as something that's just faculty and students, because it's never those things. And there's a weird thing that we do at the university, and I say we because I'm going to include myself and everybody, where we will talk about the university and the community like those are separate things. Rutgers is the largest employer in the state of New Jersey. It's not, the community is not out there. The community has been taking your trash out every day, and the community has been making the copies in the copier. And I would go to some of these union meetings sometimes when I was in leadership, and I would be talking about, okay, I talked to so-and-so with the Teamsters, and they were like, oh, how did you find out what's going on with URA, or who's the administrative assistants, or how did you find out? And I was like, well, Doug was picking up the mail, and I just asked him, like, how's his day going, and what's he know about his contract? And especially with URA, I was like, hey, that person who sits there and organizes your whole department, who you've asked to make 1 million copies, ask them today what's going on with their contract. Like, this is not hard. And yet it is very hard. And yet it is very hard. So I think what we did though is we did build structures around that. So we did build coalitional structures over time. And I wasn't at the forefront of this campaign. That was a lot of y'all, and I think everyone really formalized that in really important ways. I think making political education central was huge. The biggest thing that I think we did, and it's something that started at other universities now, they're modeling after, is strike school. In the 2019 campaign, which is where I did most of my leadership work, well, radical honesty, whichever, we were told by people in bureaucratic leadership to not say the word strike to members, because saying strike would alienate our relationship with the bosses while we're bargaining. Like, don't talk about striking. And so the only reason we had a strike campaign, somebody did a little bit of a coup at a big protest that we had, a rally outside of the BOG, where they just got everyone in 400 people in the crowd to yell strike back, and then strike wasn't a bad word anymore, because we just sort of did it. And then everyone will go along with it. But this time, from the jump, strike school kicked off. Like, we were in contract campaign. There's a lot of people who were really, really essential and pushed to make that happen. And that strike school would be open to more than just our union. So more than just our union attended strike school. And so those are like really important tactical things that happened that I think, one, made the strike possible, and two, started building out the coalitions that were necessary to keep it going.
I mean, I think it's also just important to remember that last spring there was still a sense that this was in some ways the first large gathering of everyone in this post-COVID period. And I know this came up in the previous panel as well, because I do think that we tend to underestimate just how important it is to be physically present in the same room. And, a lot of us were seduced by the convenience of Zoom. That's always going to be more problematic here at Rutgers, where we live not only all over New Jersey, but in New York City and Philadelphia, right? And so, again, the power of being present on the picket lines was both beautiful, and I think we'll transition to this in a little bit, but also, in the end, really in some ways tragic, because there was just such a disconnect between that space and the space of the bargaining, committee down in Trenton in the governor's office. And so, to me, all of these things really do matter. I guess I am a kind of labor geographer when it comes to all of these things. Because the other conversation that we constantly had through the organizing period and during the strike, and I was even reading something online today where somebody was like, in analyzing our strike, was saying something like, oh, workers at Rutgers, kept trying to insist that they were just like factory workers going on strike when they were shutting down production. And I was a little pissed off by that, because that was not the tone of the conversations we had. I mean, I think a lot of us recognized from the very beginning that, yeah, we're not like producing widgets on an assembly line, right? But one of the conversations we want to also have is that we're not necessarily producing things for the capitalist economy either, right? That, we don't want to envision our students as commodities. And so again, I know it's a kind of cop-out because, right, like, I don't know how this manifested in new kind of access to power to your question, but there was power in having those conversations at the very least.
Thank you. So I think the notion of consolidation is really interesting, and I would just say that the two features of the strike that were most moving to me were the common good demands, which I feel like, again, we can kind of go back to the Panthers and also abolitionist and mutual aid frames, where those demands were about our basic necessities for students to have accessible and sanitary housing, for them to have access to food, for them to have tuition forgiveness, student debt forgiveness. that those were like the central demands that were also the most ignored and the most unfulfilled. And I would also say that that's also the case when I think about consolidation across the campuses. Like, I was able to build with both New Brunswick and Newark. And I remember being in Newark actually when they called the suspension. We were at the barbecue, my kids were getting sand in their shoes that are still there, you know, like, and it was this beautiful barbecue, and I was just, and I remember feeling really connected to the history of Newark in terms of its organizing, but then not necessarily feeling that in New Brunswick. And like, shout out to Camden, who's not represented here. You know, and thinking about the resources, even when we think about New Brunswick as like the flagship, but then how are those resources are also available to those other campuses and those other, and so I think that's the other thing that fell down with the strike was that all the hierarchies remained. They all remained. You know, the flagship got the juice. You know, Camden's not at this table, neither are the undergrads, you know, so it's sort of like, and that's no knock on the organizing because that is also a capacity issue, right? But where does the capacity come from? So I just want to say that I feel like the dream, the vision, you know, the declarations of faith were there. I mean, they were definitely there on our demand list. They were definitely there on the demand list. Were they there in Trenton? Were they there when, you know, and I think that we'll eventually kind of transition to this, but like, I constantly have this like fever dream of this idea, like, what if, like, I mean, like, which university is closest to Trenton? What if we actually descended upon the governor's building and actually, like, claim the collective power that we had been building. And so I feel like the failures of the strike is actually even more instructive than the big wins. Yeah. Like, I want to just uncapitalize the big and the wins, you know? But that, what doesn't change to me about the strike are the people who are moved and changed by it. That those that, like, and I want to shout out to Ming, my undergraduate organizer homie, you know, and every single undergraduate student who still has incompletes. Yeah. I know you do. I know you do. To the professors who forgave those incompletes. Shout out to ethnic studies and your political commitments. You know? But also shout out to the graduate students. Shout out to Aaron for graduating. Can we clap it up for the new doctor in the building? Who was there hosting us for the Day of Action, Day of Education, Day of Political Education. So those things don't change, you know, but we still demand more, we still deserve more, and so does our future.
I'll just add quickly, Misha, if it's okay, just a bit of context for anyone maybe who's on Zoom or anything, and some of the people coming from outside about the Rutgers campuses. And I think probably the best way to introduce some of the differences is to quote our good friend Bob Barchi. This is a shout out to some of our union staff who quoted that racist more times than we can count. Because I think what he said about the three campuses is still true today in how they are handled, and also are reflective in our union strategizing as well, which is, he said New Brunswick's the flagship. He said Camden is the service campus. That's mysterious, we don't know what that means. But in something that you could quote from, I don't know, some kind of colonial administrator from any diary at any point or any letter, he said that Newark was the laboratory for diversity. And that is how he defined our three campuses. And that is where they stand today, and that's still how we treat it. So as we get into what anti-racism means, I'm from the Newark campus, just know that part of our union's ethos is often put squarely in the hands of our laboratory for diversity, which we take up that mantle always, we will always do it, but I think that we'll see it reflected in how we talk about the strike even today.
Well, when we got invited to, well, not invited, we got called to join the BCG, which stands for Bargaining for the Common Good, right? Along with New Labor, representing community members that historically have been forgotten and ignored intentionally. Well, we took on it personally, especially because our membership, you know, the saying goes like oftentimes the people that have the least are the ones that are willing to give it all, right? And I don't want to romanticize that because, you know, that shouldn't be that way, right? It should be always differently. But our membership did took the call and started organizing. But it was hard because it was always that communication barrier, not just, well, language justice was a big issue. And then also, even if you spoke English, you still did not understand a lot of things that were going on because everything happened so fast. And there was so many different paths of communications that you didn't get access to in time in order to bring that information back to your base, and so the base could mobilize even more. And on top of that, you talk about membership that are working at a warehouse 8 to 5 p.m. and by the time they get out of work, everything is done, right? Because most of the action happened between either in the morning or noon, right? So I think one of the strategies that we did use is remembering who showed us solidarity before. Because I remember back, I don't know if you remember, back with Lincoln Annex, the school, when they shut down the school with 98% of the kids that were brown and black kids. So we remember, we don't forget. So regardless of many things that we were told, that we've been tokenized, that we've been this and that, we do remember, and we use one principle in Cosecha, which is reciprocity. What you do with our reciprocity is your business, but what we do with ours is our business, and we don't forget. And then we are hoping that next time we join forces, there's definitely going to be much bigger and better if we learn from mistakes.
We're getting in the weeds here, y'all. Thank you for taking us through it. So as you may be able to tell from the answers on this panel, strikes are really complex ecosystems. There are so many committees, picket line roles, and co-conspirators inside and outside of the university who make them happen. But what's interesting about strikes, right, is that when a strike happens, usually the two sort of visible members or presences of the strike that end up sort of in the public consciousness, right, are the bargaining team, right? Those are the folks who sit at the table with university administrators. They are usually representative of the unions that they are a part of, right? And they bargain the contract. And then the picketers and the strike leaders who are out on the line, walking the walk, right? And essentially shutting down the university and generating the sort of media attention that is needed to sort of sustain public momentum, to have a public discussion, to put pressure on the university. But in our strike's case, we were not actually just bargaining with the university administration, and I'm not sure how many of y'all are aware of that. We were actually bargaining with the governor of the state of New Jersey as well, right? So the eve of our strike, after 9 months of sitting at the bargaining table with our university, with our demands that we had spent the previous years researching, doing data on, generating these demands based off of talking to rank and file members across job categories, the university came back week after week for 9 months and gave us nothing, right? Nothing. And that's why we ended up going on strike, right, and sort of organizing to collect strike authorization votes so that rank and file members could empower the executive council, who are essentially the leadership body of the union, to then authorize the strike when it was necessary, right? So we did all that. We knocked on doors, we called people, we held meetings, we met in bars, we met at pizza parlors, we talked to folks. We got that strike authorization vote. I think it was 93% voted yes to strike across job categories, right, and across unions. And on the eve of our strike, Governor Murphy's chief of staff calls us and says, hey, Governor Murphy's on vacation right now in Puerto Rico, or maybe he was in the DR, I'm not sure. But you know, he's heard about this strike, and he's really upset that you didn't come to him first to figure this out. You know, he's got anywhere from $6 million to $16 million in his coffers that he is willing to throw towards your contract demands if you do the right thing and you don't go on strike. And we said no. That was itself organizing. We had to make sure that the executive council was on the same page that this was obviously a no. And so of course it was a no. The executive council had been empowered by rank and file members to authorize the strike. We authorized the strike, but one of the compromises we made with the governor was that instead of bargaining here in New Brunswick, where our picket lines were, where our workers were, we ended up bargaining at the governor's table in Trenton, okay? And this is just really important context, right? Because the bargaining we were doing at his table is also somewhat historically unprecedented, right? Like, this has national consequences for people who are living in the core of this empire in the United States, right? Because you don't govern, you don't bargain at the governor's table, right? The fact that he was willing to throw state money at our sort of public universities, like union contracts, was complicated and problematic for all different types of reasons across the political spectrum, right? And so I say that because I think it just gives some context too to some of the narratives, some of the strategic choices that were made in the following week, right, where we were bargaining at the governor's table, essentially not just against our boss, but against the governor of the state of New Jersey. And a part of what's so conflicting, and I don't want to speak for everyone in my union, right, and the panelists are going to speak to this, is that the public narrative that exists today is that Governor Murphy saved our contract.
Yeah.
This is the official line that our union has taken as well, right? And so again, I want to be really honest about that because I don't have a monopoly on the truth, right? we can only tell you from our perspective how that went. But the public line that our union has taken is that Governor Murphy saved our contract, okay? So with that in mind, right? Yeah. You know, what was the experience that y'all had on the picket line, right? What did you see of the relationship between bargaining and the picket line, and of the many different roles, hyper-visible or invisible, that made the strike possible, right? Maybe let's just start there.
I know, you mentioned whiskey earlier. I was like, oh, this is really going to set me off. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is the first time I've really talked about any of this publicly, just because I have been trying to heal a lot, and it's hard. And I mean, I'm just going to come out and say this. I think, Kapla, you alluded to it. You know, the union leadership actually told rank and file not to march on Trenton, to not show up in ranks because it might offend the governor. And
We did anyway.
But, things like that were occurring, and so it's really hard to continue to kind of process these. I mean, the other thing I'll say is that our vice president of the full-time faculty union, Todd Wolfson, he had this parable he would say again and again. He stole it from Mike Tyson, right? And it's like the famous Mike Tyson quote that everybody fucking knows, right? Which is like, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? And he would use this because there was an ongoing debate in the union and in the AEC in particular that we needed to have, baselines that we just weren't going to settle the strike or stop the strike until certain things had been met. And for those, I was a broken record on this because I was really pushing for this. The response was always that, oh, no, that's going to take away the flexibility when we get into bargaining. I've been thinking about this Mike Tyson quote, because, to be honest, before I was a sweater-wearing professor, I got in my share of fights, I'm going to admit it. And I always, Mike Tyson's actual point is that, you try to avoid getting punched in the face, right? It's not that you, lose your plan after you get punched in the face. It's that you try to avoid getting punched in the face in the first place. And that should have included, I think, and again, I'm getting really passionate about this, I think that should have included, right, that we should have never gone to Trenton in the first place. That was the punch in the face, and in some ways we never really recovered from that.
Yeah, I think the relationship between bargaining and those on the strike line is a tense one always. I don't think that is unique to our union at all. I don't think that's unique to any of the people involved. And I think that the bosses have a very particular job when a strike starts, which is when a strike starts, it's like, look, we gave you the pretty people in suits. We gave them to you for 9 months and you didn't do anything, and so now you have to deal with the rest of us fucking cockroaches out here on the line. You are bargaining with us now. You are bargaining with the masses. As much as, again, I don't believe in bargaining with them, I believe in forcing them to do the things, because I also believe that, and again, controversial, but anything you do not strike for, they were already willing to give. I do not believe we win things on the basis of our moral arguments. If that was true, we wouldn't have a genocide in Palestine right now. Like, if that was true, if we could just morally be like, look, this is bad, or students require hot water in their buildings for showers, they would have them, if that was all it took. So I think that anything you don't strike for, you don't win. And I think the bosses have a particular job, especially when a strike starts, which is they need the conversation to go back in that room. We've shifted it. We've said, you're now dealing with the strike line, and they needed to do everything and anything to put it back in the room. They wanted it to be a nice deal between the pretty people in suits again. Because those people, they can psychologically torture on an individual way, right? Like, they can isolate them, which is what they did in Trenton. They put them in a room with no heat, no air. They start running hours. Everyone who's been through these processes before, they start running like 12, 14-hour bargaining sessions, and people kind of lose their minds in there. And they also start to become convinced through these like kind of collegial, nice conversations with the bosses that they are the power. They start to believe that they're who really matters. And I don't think that's unique to our union. I don't think that it's those particular individuals, but I think that is if you do not have people politically committed to go in there and be like, I would love to cut you a deal right now, but those angry fuckers out there, they say they're gonna keep striking until the BCG demands are met. So sorry, but the anti-racist stuff's still on the table. That needed to be their disposition, and I think the sequestering of them feeds into that. I think, as you were saying, don't get punched in the face. Don't go somewhere where your people can get that isolated and that psychologically tortured. But also, yeah, I don't know. I just think you need to remind them that the power's on the line. And the people in the room need to believe that the power's on the line. They need to believe that they can hold the line in the room because you're holding the line out there. And I'm not sure I know that wasn't achieved in this last strike. I know it wasn't achieved in the run-up we did before it, but I still hope, because I have seen a couple of examples of it. I think in Philadelphia, the grad union at Temple, they called the bluff. They said, our strikers, they don't want it, they don't want it, they don't want it. And they said, you always say that, but you don't know. So they said, okay, let's TA a contract right now. And they trusted the workers to vote no on it. So they could go back in the room and be like, hard no, now what? But I think, yeah, well, we can get more into business unionism and the strategies of that, but I think that that's the big one, that the relationship between the bargaining team, it's a tough one. As a member of the bargaining team, you have to understand yourself as not being the power unto yourself. And I'm not sure anyone is completely convinced of that.
I realized, thank you. I realized too, I didn't finish one of my thoughts, which was the second thing that I really loved about the strike was the notion of wall-to-wall organizing, that it meant that all the different kind of labor and work across the university was supposed to be, walking in step with each other. And my comment about the bargaining table is pretty brief. I would go to their meetings, they were closed, and it looked a lot like our government. So many white men.
That's it.
That was it.
It's so many. It's so many.
That's true. Well, for us, for Movimiento Cosecha, being grassroots movement, we also don't like politicians taking credit for anything, because I could just think about, civil rights movement. I remember all the marches. I mean, I reading and watching, all of that recollection in my head is about all the masses coming out and taking what's theirs, right? But I don't remember the names of politicians back then, so that's good, right? I want to remember the people that came out. The same thing happens here. I want to remember the people on the picket line, especially because we did not have a space in the bargaining table, for us, it's very important that our community understands that the power lays with them, not with the politicians, with the political class. And that's something that, again, they had opportunity to once again see it in action. How, by Murphy, taking all this back to Trenton, it really, really sabotaged the whole process, right? And we were not happy about that, but we couldn't express it because we didn't have the accessibility or the access to the spaces where decision making was happening. However, we're happy to join the picket lines because that's where our comrades, that's where the action felt much familiar and at home.
Thank you. I'm learning a lot. So I'm gonna ask a two-part question now. The first part, forgive if it's completely off base, but it's just in response to what you're saying here and what we're hearing, all right? So you begin by teeing up that so much of the bargaining team and the union has framed the Rutgers victory as contingent on Governor Murphy, right? Right. And at the same time, you're saying that there was a commitment to being in Trenton as opposed to New Brunswick. And for me, that seems connected to this belief that there was a possibility that they wouldn't win, right? That there was a possibility they wouldn't win. And I think, I don't, from somebody who was participating as a participant and not an organizer, there was this dynamic where Murphy did appear as countenancing the work of President Holloway, who threatened everybody with a lawsuit that you were not allowed to strike. And so on the outside, this looks like good cop, bad cop, but on the inside, from the story you're telling us, is nobody saw it as good cop, bad cop. They actually believed that Murphy would be savior here. Hence, rooted in this belief that they couldn't win, notwithstanding this example at Temple where they could have called the bluff. So I guess the first part of the question is, do you think that that was true? That people, the organizers did believe that there was a chance we would lose, and if so, why and how? And then the second part is, the strike suspension. When the strike was called off, and there was confusion about when that happened. And so can you tell us about how you experienced that suspension? How it affected you and the rank and file members that you spoke to? And what did it leave off the table of demands yet unmet?
So there's a couple of things, which is I do think people thought we would lose, but I think they're thinking that we would lose. I'm going to be harsh here, or what we usually say, radically honest. I'm going to be radically honest. I do think that was a function of a couple of things, which is either one, cowardice, or two, not organizing. Because the one correction I would make is organizers did believe we were gonna win. Anyone who was on the picket line was like, yeah, we are here for the long haul. We've got this. I know the graduate steering committee was doing these open polls of like, what are you willing to strike over? What are you willing to drop? Are you willing to drop anything at this point? Hard no. Hard no. So we had that information. We were constantly talking to people. The spirit on those picket lines was like, yes. But when it was reported back to us, the strike suspension, a couple of things were said, and I recognize them because they are old habits that I think happen inside of unions. and I would say particularly in American unions, I'm not American, but this is a sort of a big thing, which is the fear of losing the media over time. We're going to lose the media, and I find that especially irritating in a union of professional writers. We are a union of professional writers, and you are afraid of losing a PR campaign. They use AI to write their emails. Like, they don't even write their own emails. I'm not worried about our ability to communicate that this is a just cause and that it needs to continue. But there seemed to be a lack of faith in those two things, because that's when they reported. The other thing they said is none of them believed that Governor Murphy was going to help. They very explicitly, when reporting, said that he threatened us. So he said, either you wrap this up by end of day, or I'm pulling that little money I dangled off the table. Wrap this up by end of day, or I'm pulling that money off the table. Wrap this up by end of day, or I'm pulling, because it doesn't look good. I'm gonna try to run for president. That was his deal. I'm gonna try to run for president. I'm the labor guy. I'm gonna run on like a labor guy thing, and having a strike in my state looks awful. And if I don't come out of this the hero, as soon as our strike ended, another fun fact, that day or the next day, AFT announced that their guest speaker at their big convention was gonna be Phil Murphy. So it was like, oh, okay, so there's larger political machinations going on here. The other thing that people really feared at the time was the injunction. So again, this is legal stuff for New Jersey. Striking is not illegal in New Jersey, but they can file an injunction. The second they didn't do it in the first week of their strike, in part because of a lot of organizing around Holloway, he was never gonna pull that trigger. Like, he had every black academic in the country sign a letter saying, don't you dare as a civil rights scholar stick the police on a striking line of people. If he sent Newark police to the Newark strike line, they were there, but if he sent them on purpose to smash a strike, like, that's game over for him on a PR level. But they feared the injunction, so then what we did is we signed our own. We feared the injunction, and so we injuncted ourselves. We suspended a strike without a contract. And if we went back on strike, we would lose everything that we bargained up until that point. That was part of the deal of that suspension. So if I'm David Cohen, he was chief counsel, I don't know, he's got a new title now, Andy, do you know what it?
I mean, he's director of university labor?
Yeah, director of academic labor relations or something, but David Cohen, who is and people have heard me say this a lot because it's like my little shtick about this, but if I were him, my post-strike press tour, he's the legal counsel for the university, is how to get an injunction without the bad press or worker anger of filing one. That's what I would go on my tour about, because I think he did get that without having to do it. My experience of the suspension was massive disappointment. Surprise, because it was the one thing I didn't quite see coming, was that we would suspend our own strike without a contract. I'd never heard of that. I do think we've set an interesting precedent for people who are bargaining going forward, which is, I don't know, and Andy again can correct on US labor relations, but I don't know if anyone's signing a deal mid-strike saying they won't strike without a contract. I'm not familiar with that, but yeah, I think it was pretty disappointing. All the grad demands, I think, but wages were on the table still. So we did it without the grads. And the BCG stuff was completely, every single BCG thing I think was still on the table.
I think graduate wages were still on the table, weren't they?
No, graduate wages are taken care of, but none of the BHS and J demands have been touched either. So none of the medical faculty, the nurses, etc. I want to make sure we have time. It is 6:01, and so I think from our understanding, we were going to go till 6:15, but I just want to acknowledge in the room that your time matters to us, so if you need to leave, please feel free to do that. But we have to be out of the room by 6:30, so we will be ending at 6:15, and we will be out of here by 6:30. But I just want to acknowledge that. And
I think we should hear from Carlos about the
yeah, I absolutely agree.
Well, once again, we always find out things like a day or two after the fact because there was a lack of communications and language justice lack thereof. When we find out about the suspension, we were surprised, we didn't know why, and it felt very incomplete, especially because we were asking for more than $1 million for community members that were excluded, the workers that have been excluded, and we only got 600,000, I think. And yeah, so we definitely felt like we could have gotten more, not just for the community, but also for the students, the grad students, and the rest of the people that were bargaining. And I think hopefully the next time we don't doubt ourselves, especially the organizing, right? Because I think it was good organizing, but somewhere along the line got disconnected with the bargaining situation. And yeah, Murphy did us dirty. Yeah.
I mean, I'll just say to provide a little more detail on that night, April 14th, that was the Friday when, the executive council voted to suspend the contract. And so I was on the executive council. The only thing I'll say to add to what everybody's, there was a compromise solution on the table. We had all along admired the work that the Chicago Teachers Union had done and the model of their organizing and their commitment to rank and file unionism. So on that Friday night, there was a counteroffer on the table for the EC to vote where, we would tell Murphy that, we need till Monday, and if you can't give us 2 more days, so be it, but you need to give us till Monday so we can go consult with the rank and file, with our partners, with everybody involved for bargaining for the common good, with undergraduates, all of these people who had not had a place at the bargaining table and were completely in the dark. And again, I would have kept going with this strike. I mean, I was committed to that, but it was incredibly disappointing that the EC wouldn't even consider this kind of compromise, give us 2 more days proposal. Because to me, again, that was just an insult to the rank and file, right? It was this, go out and, do your work and, thank you, and we're gonna, determine whatever we want in the bargaining room. And again, that's just not the vision, not just that I signed up, but that the union itself had committed to throughout the organizing, right? I mean, even with graduate demands, it didn't get brought up, but before that Friday, the bargaining committee had actually tried to have a straw vote to settle on something that was an insult to graduate workers. And again, it's one thing to just be like, oh, it was an insult at the moment, but if you remember the fact that for the previous year, if not more, the same union had been empowering graduate workers to do incredibly sophisticated, analysis of what a living wage was in for New Jersey, right? And just to throw all that organizing labor, that research, that commitment to, figuring out what was right out the window because the governor told you that you didn't have any more time. Yeah, that was devastating. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. So one of the things I just want to clarify about what we remember as scholars of history is that third world strikes happened at a time when folks from around the world, from Asia and Africa and Latin America, were decolonizing. And so when I hear about this Governor Murphy and Trenton and all of these semantics, in my mind, I just think collaborationists. I just think of colonization. I don't even think about assimilation. I just think about so this is the process. And I remember I remember on the Day of Action in February, talking about the university as reproducing the bourgeoisie and the ruling class. It's like, I don't know, there was just a part of me that was like, oh man, we really ramped it up. We're set, I felt like it's like if it's a slingshot, when I saw the writers strike and the Screen Actors Guild striking for 5 months, and we got 5 days, fam. We didn't have that muscle. We just gave up. I felt like the suspension. I mean, even the word. It's like suspension. It's like a bridge. What are we doing? It just felt like every aspect of the momentum, and it was at the governor's table. We were at the state.
Yeah.
So what did we think was gonna happen? Like, you know, it's like to be a professor that is not collaborating with the state, you gotta be willing to adjunct. You gotta be doing some, like, in a lot of ways, that's the way I was able to build, was because I wasn't married and I didn't have, you know, and even in the divorce, I'm just joking, I didn't get nothing, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying that the way that, and I will say this too, in terms of just like lifting up the work, if we are to follow the histories of what we know about social movement building and what we know that the role of the university, the role of students, and the role of politically committed teachers do, is that this is not the end, right? And not just that it isn't the end, but the wins are also illegible, intangible, and invisible in a camouflage way. We must maroonage. We have our knowledge of the strike is marooned, that it doesn't go away actually, and that like the ways that it will come through will be much more, like I feel like it's like it will be much more courageous. And it's also, I just also think about, if we are to think about the decolonizing movements from the time that I would say, you know, I'm just gonna say out loud again that the strike was called on Paul Robeson's birthday.
Yeah, it was.
April 9th, okay? So even our ancestors, our revolutionary ancestors are blessing it, and yet there's still much more to do. I don't know, I feel like, yeah, I would just say that that when we theorize, the disappointments and the failures, that if we actually consider it within the other context of empire, within the context of colonialism, colonial education, you know, and also that we also can think of our movements beyond the university, that we can think about them as connected to the struggles of everyday people throughout the world.
I just want to quickly add one story from the strike that I think will synthesize some of these things, which is how did the bargaining team know the state of organizing at the time? We actually let them know. When a bad deal went across the table, or was going to go across the table, in about 10 hours, the organizers in this union organized hundreds of people to get on buses. In 10 hours, we got hundreds of people to Trenton. We got hundreds of, and we made the biggest picket line outside of Trenton. It was, what is it, 300 people or something? 300 or 400 people in a picket line. And we sang Solidarity Forever right outside the window they were bargaining in. We chanted. It was the most beautiful thing. I could cry thinking about it. It was beautiful. Coalition partners, everyone was there. Why are we here? Everyone said BCG. We're here for BCG. We're here because we want those things on the table. We're here for anti-racism, like we said it out loud. And I think that it was such a good example of how quickly and ready we were willing to just show the governor. We stood, as someone, a close comrade always says, the governor threatened us and we faced him down several times. And so I think that was a really beautiful culmination of the strike, that even if the bargaining wasn't quite going the way we wanted it to, organizing was ready to bring people and show up, and the workers were ready to show up. And I think that that's the big thing we build off of, as Carla was saying, for next time.
So we had one last question, but I think we're going to pivot and open up to questions from the audience. I just want to again thank the panelists. I'm learning so much from all of you again, my comrades, and I feel like some of the things you're doubling down on for us is that a strike is not a failure, and that's a really important lesson from this strike, is that the strike is the win. It's the learning and it's the win itself, but also that the state is not your hero or your savior. So I'm just sitting with some of the things that y'all have shared, but I see that, Eugene, you have a question? Oh.
Our unpaid worker is helping. So first of all, kudos. I mean, I'm so inspired to hear about the organizing, the intersectional organizing, the demands, the bargaining for the common good and centering that. It's just, I'm out of words. I don't know what to say. It's just, it is very inspiring, despite what didn't go well. My question is, given that we know that there's typically this divide between the people at the bargaining table and the picket line, and given what you've learned, how would you do it differently to make sure that you're not, your demands are not being bargained away because of the fear of people might have? Sometimes legitimate fear of failure, of like not getting anything, or their own interest, self-interest, right? So like, what would you do differently, given the experience that you had?
Okay. I think I'm developing a bad habit of going first. I don't know if it's so much what we would do differently, but something that I hope can be expanded into next time, which is, I think the primary reason that grads were so mobilized and so ready is we had already, with the grad steering committee, internally committed to full transparency between the grad reps on the bargaining team and all of the graduate members of the union. That has been heavily criticized within the union. I would say that there's a political difference between people who believe bargaining is best done behind closed doors and that it's best if the membership does not know what's happening, versus the graduate, again, like ethos was to be as fully transparent and democratic as possible. So the bargaining team members, they were often holdouts, like we're not going to vote yes or no on this until we find out what the membership feels about dropping this demand. If they say we can drop it, we'll drop it. If they say no, we won't. And I think the biggest organizing step, because of how the union is divided demographically, it will mean a lot of organizing and politically organizing faculty to also believe that transparency is necessary to making a better relationship between bargaining and the membership. If we can convince faculty that is the better way, because I think a lot of faculty get won to the kind of congenial, individualist professionalization that comes from, I'm a graduate student right now, we get indoctrinated into believing in our own exceptionalism, like from jump. And so if we can organize faculty to move away from that model, convince grads that even though we got hard spanked for doing it, that it's still worthwhile in pursuing. Also, I think grads still need to be organized around this as well. If we can convince everyone that our coalition partners need to also be on the bargaining team, they need to have a rep in the room, then we can start to have that thing that we like to declare we have already without actually putting it in place. So I think next time around, it's just building on that thing you already did. I won't be here, please to God, I will not be here the next time around. But I think that's gonna be the key, is expanding that.
I mean, I think it's such a great question, and it's, so difficult to answer. I mean, I haven't been doing a lot of work with the official union since the strike. What I have been organizing, and with a number of people, is a strike oral history project, just because I felt the strong need to create a space where people could produce archival records. And even that's been hard because, I'm not an objective historian, right? I'm not like, I want to create an archives where people will just tell the truth and it'll be free of politics. Like, that's not the project, but at the same time, there have been people from the union who are trying to kind of govern the project in such a way so it becomes simply a vehicle for the kind of like, we won the strike, which I'm not comfortable with either. And so in some ways that's kind of the space I've been trying to carve out and think about a little bit. I mean, at the same time also, I just keep reminding myself, you don't need to organize with, the Rutgers union, right? And in fact, I mean, to go back to like Lincoln Annex, the school that Carlos brought up, I mean, when the city of New Brunswick ran roughshod over that high-achieving school of mainly, Latinx students of color, right? The union for the teachers in that school did nothing, right? They just kind of sat by and let it happen, right? And so, I'm committed to, I think, kind of collective power for the workers, right? Not to kind of propping up unions as institutions. And, that comes with being a US labor historian and knowing the kind of sordid record of US labor unions when it comes to racial justice, to be quite honest, and, their inability to recognize women as workers for many years, right? Just the very conceptualization of labor. Oh, it's a white factory, male worker, right? And so again, I think, labor unions are effective tools when they're effective tools, but again, right, there's a broader conception of power that I think most of us are also fighting for.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things that I really enjoyed from the last seminar, I'm just going to quote Nick Estes, when he said, I don't believe in decolonizing the university, it's too corrupt. And, so when I think about trying to redo it, it's really hard because the strike also happened on the eve of the end of affirmative action, right before no student loan forgiveness. So between both of those things, for me, it's like on a federal level, who are my students going to be? Who, like the students that I committed, that I suffered through a PhD in order to get so I could have sovereignty over my own classroom, like was for those students, that would be the students I would get from those policies, and I think that is part of the heartbreak about this strike is that those were also the communities that I was striking for and feeling like inadequate and also like, well, what is the next thing? And so I actually would turn it back to our first panel and think about like, not just climate and land justice, but rethinking epistemologies around what our universities should be, where we feed each other the fruits of knowledge. Sorry, the dad joke was just, it was too easy. Or food for thought. Sorry, I'm on a roll. Okay. But just like what are the abolitionist visions of a university? Is it a university? What does that word even mean? But what are the ways that we can actually grow knowledge? I'm just gonna keep going with the thing. Anyway, so I would just say that it's really difficult for me to reimagine that moment. I mean, I could tell you what the fantasy version would be. The fantasy version would be we would like reclaim Battle of Trenton and like the university, all of the universities and the undergraduates would storm the bargaining table. That it would be a different thing, but we're here, right? And so I feel like even thinking about material conditions, if I can't convince my students, especially after COVID, that pursuing this extremely expensive education is worthwhile, like we have to come up with something else. And I do feel like I know where the answer is. The answer is in the land and our relationship to it. And the answer is in the water. It's in the sky. It's in our hearts. And I would just say too, in thinking about like, we've talked about freedom, liberation, and faith, but love, that's actually That's actually the true pedagogy of why we're here.
For us, some of the reflections we had with our membership after everything happened was like, how do we help dismantle the binary of what we know and what they make us think that we should do, right? How do we create a different alternative, even within these spaces of organizing? It doesn't limit us to one or two choices. With the diversity of ideas and professors having so much access to knowledge and grad students and students coming up, our community with probably the least amount of access to education or higher education, we were able to accomplish something basic and minimal as a driver's license campaign. To us was a very surprising that the strike was over so fast, right? We expected it to be like a win-win for everybody, right? So that really took us by surprise. Nevertheless, again, we have hope that next time we join forces, because out of this we created this coalition, that we continue better the school, our communities, and things will be different. And I want to close this with what Audre Lorde said: the master's tool will never dismantle the master's house. So we definitely have to be creative, right? I think somebody said that a lot of hierarchies stay the same, right? How do we dismantle some of that? What is it that is impeding, right, many of these great ideas to be executed? So how do we come together again? And last thing I'll say, listen to the voices that are different than yours, and you will learn so much. Don't embrace cynicism for the sake of being hyper-strategic, because you will fail, right? You now reach complete success.
With that, very uplifting ending with a prophetic visioning, radical love, and us in community with one another. We are going, and radical honesty, of course. We are going to close. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all the organizers, and this is the end of the second of the series of Afterlives of Liberation in the Academy and Activism. The next and last series will be in late April on Afterlives of Liberation and Arts, which will also include a lot more fanfare. So come. I was gonna say we need to wrap up to leave by 6:30 also, but.
So I wanted to make a quick announcement. We didn't get to have questions, but we would love to continue the conversation. I went around and tried to ask some people. We're gonna have dinner at Namli Restaurant, a Turkish restaurant right here in New Brunswick. Everyone here is invited. We have big family style food, so there's enough for everyone. So please join us. We would love to. You can ask all your questions to the amazing panelists there. And if you wouldn't mind just taking your trash and throwing it out, because we gotta get out. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, that was really, really great. I have so much. I'm trying to get us out of
All of that. I'm up here thinking like, oh my God,
dinner, right? Yeah. Okay, I know you have to go. I'm 104, I get it.
where do we put technology? Just put it here? No, just put it here, I'll do it. Oh, our villains panel went off. I could take 3.